Howdy, folks. I did not realize how hard this song slapped. I'm gonna have to listen to this more later. Sorry it's taking a second to get set up. I'm running super behind today. Totally didn't wake up like an hour later after where I was supposed to, and I'm totally not feeling the repercussions of that whatsoever. Nope, totally not. So, yeah, with that though, we should be beginning here soon in a little bit. I'm gonna be working on couple of commissions that I've gotten here for Sonic Revolution 2021. If I do end up finishing those, I'll just be drawing whatever until I get more. Stream would be running around for about maybe 6-7 hours. I really appreciate any sort of support that you guys could throw towards my way with, if you wanted to share the stream with other people. Just so I can, have more to do in it, more than anything else, I guess. Not too much of a worry though. Like I said, I got plans with that. Just any sort of support is appreciated. I will let you guys know when we're back here on track in just a minute. All right. See ya. Alright, I hope you guys are ready. Let me go ahead and jump out of studio mode here in OBS. I am currently chilling out in the Sonic Revolution server. Got one of my buddies here, Snook. I think he's temporarily AFK at the moment. I actually had him on the other night for the test stream, and we just clicked really well. So I was like, you know what, I'm gonna bring him back for this if he's willing to. And yeah, he is. But if there's any big mod, any of the big mods or anything like that, or VIPs at the Revolution who want to come join us, you're more than welcome to join. So I'm gonna go ahead and unmute myself in Discord now and say hi. Hello, friend.
Hello.
I cannot believe it. I am here streaming at Sonic Revolution 2021. We're about to make some fun art. So
do some goofy doodles.
Goofy doodles. Oh shit! I just realized how kind of big this text is. Yeah, I didn't really get a chance to make a good stream layout. It's been a while since I've last streamed. Primarily just because life keeps me so busy. This is like technically the first big day off that I've had in a while to actually stream anything. It's got a lot of things going on in life right now. About to get my own place, working a full-time job, working on getting myself a car. A lot of stuff going on in Colin's little personal life, but it feels nice to just sit back and do some streaming here. How about you, Nick? How are you doing today?
I'm doing very well. I was in a few servers and just talking about specifically just fan game stuff. A few people were doing some pixel art, and it looked really interesting. And you know, I slept nicely. I stayed up until like 4 last night, so it's like, you know.
Oh jeez. I don't know how people. I personally don't know how people can stay up that long. Well, I used to do the same thing, but then I actually got into the routine of having, let's call it a normal people hours, and now I can't get out of it. I'll try and stay up, but I am pretty much knocked out before 1 a.m. every night.
I guess once I have that ball rolling, I just can't really stop, especially when I'm occupied with stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
For me, it's like a weird mix of that. Sometimes if I'm like really super invested into something, then I'll be able to like pull it off a little bit later. But the second that I realize, oh wait, I'm tired, it is
just crashes.
It is just all down the hill from there.
Yeah.
All right, time for the first sketch of the night. Like I was talking about, I actually only have like 2 commissions on my board here. So I'm sure and they're both a sketch and a colored sketch commission. So I'm sure I'm going to get these out here pretty quickly, and then afterwards I'll just draw random Sonic stuff. Alright, so this is the reference to the first one. If you want me to, I can share my screen in here so you can watch in real time, unless you're like watching stream too.
I mean, I'm watching a stream right now, but if you want to do it in real time, that'd be fine. It's up to you, really. Honestly, I think the last time you screen shared, it wasn't really that big of a deal. It's like the instant ran pretty smoothly.
Yeah, I'll give it a try here. My internet is one of those cases where it's supposed to be like really good, but not. I think I have like what is it? Hold on. You know what? Fuck you. I'm gonna speed test right live on stream. I mean, nobody's gonna see it, but take my word for it. Currently at 88 on download, and it looks like it's gonna be like 8 on upload. Come on, buddy. I believe in you. You got this. 7.43 on upload. Although my download speed is supposed to be like 300.
Strange.
You gotta love it when your internet throttle your internet. Okie doke.
That's why I use NordVPN.
Not sponsored, by the way. Actually, totally is. Get NordVPN.
The sponsor of this video. Use promo code AerosArtCorner today at NordVPN.com. No.
Use sponsor code Sonic2. It's actually a good game. I will fight you on that.
Oh, are we doing that right now?
Live on stream. Let's go. No, actually, I won't debate on that. I think that's it's pretty fair.
A debate's pretty late. I mean, certainly better than the last time we had a Sonic 1, the Sonic 2 debate done in the community. That's for sure.
I mean, people are pretty quick to let those like get out of control. Usually when it comes to me in debates, unless it's like Sonic Forces, because I can't stand Sonic Forces, most of it's just like I just enjoy this game. I know it's got problems, but I enjoy it.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, like, as long as you like acknowledge the flaws in it, it's good. It's usually the people who like see it as like these flawless like entities or something that's like the real kind of like, you know, the ones that
worship it. I can't say that word. Worship it. There you go. Like it's, you know, the second coming of Sonic Jesus Christ.
Sonic Christ.
Sonic Christ. Jesus the Hedgehog. You know what? This commissioner only wanted this as a but I'm gonna feel nice. I'm gonna give them a colored sketch
going the extra mile.
So, you know, like on that debate, like I understand that Sonic 2 has some problems, but I find it the easiest one for me to just pick up and play, because I love, you know, the classic debate of like Sonic, you know, Sonic 1's, you know, levels being a little bit more platform heavy than they are, you know, speed heavy. Depending on the level for me, I can kind of get that. It's a little harder for me to pick up Sonic 1. Sonic 3 I do love. I have a bit of a, I don't want to say vendetta. It's definitely not a vendetta. But some of the levels, like, for me, for Sonic 3, either the levels are really good or the levels I just don't want to play at all.
I think it's like it peaks around like launch base, right? And then like the end Knuckles portion, it's because of the fact that it was designed with like a start from the bottom kind of like difficult curve, that like it just feels like you're set back to zero. And I just blame that with the fact that it was split up into two. I feel like if it was released as one single package, it probably would have had a lot nicer curve. Personally. But I still find it to be one of the best.
Oh yeah, definitely. See, my thing with it's funny that you mentioned that, like you like it thinks you think it peaks at launch base, and it kind of does. My problem is that I believe like the really good levels are just really like spread out between each other. Like okay, because you got Angel Island, you know, though that level is pretty much perfect. I love that level. You know, Hydro City or Hydrocity, however you want to pronounce it. I'm Team Hydro City.
Based?
Yes, based indeed. I love that zone. That's actually surprisingly, I don't think there's. I think that's probably my favorite like water level in any game. The only thing that beats it out is the Mania version. You're gonna hear that a couple times. And then we have Marble Garden. I kind of like Act 1, but I think Act 1 and Act 2 are both a little, especially Act 2. I do not like playing Act 2 of Marble Garden, especially with the gimmicks that it has with the, you know, with like the turntable platforms, you know, that you fly through the sky. Let's see, and just yeah, I just think that level is just really long and not my favorite to navigate. Let's see here, and then what was the next one? Ice Caps after that, right? Or am I skipping something? Yeah,
no wait, you were talking about going from Marble to Carnival Night.
Yeah, Carnival Night. Yeah. My bad.
Carnival Night it's alright. I feel like the first half of Sonic 3 is pretty solid overall. It has some really interesting stuff going for it, and has a really nice, I guess, curve. Everything really flows nicely. Launch base is like really like a really great like mid game. And like in the original Sonic 3 like standalone, it like, has a really nice,
I really like launch base, but I have really horrible luck with launch base that makes it kind of sour for me, because I always run into one of Dr. Robotnik's nefarious traps and schemes where I get every time I play the game. Like I know that's not really game's fault to that extent, but it kind of sours me because every time I decide to play through Sonic 3 and Knuckles, I always somehow get stuck on a wall in launch base every time without fail.
Goodness.
Yeah, and then,
I've had that happen a few times playing through some Sonic games where I just get stuck. Usually just issues with religion. I mean, in Sonic 3, I mean, like, I blame that with just the fact that it was going through a very interesting
development period.
Cycle. I still can't believe the whole reason why it was split up into two. Everyone thinks that it's due to just specific time constraints, where like, oh, they thought it would be too big. If Sonic 3 and Knuckles, if you put it in a cartridge, it just goes right at the 4 megabit like cart, basically. The issue here was that it was a McDonald's promotion. I still can't get over that.
McDonald's is the one that kind of ruined the ball on that a little bit, because they rushed the team to want to get something out for
a merch deal.
For a merch deal.
Yeah. What's funny is that you see a lot of that kind of similar stuff with other games and franchises too, where merchandise kind of like dictates games release, especially like Pokemon.
Outside of Pokemon and Sonic, there really wasn't a lot of that in the early 90s. I mean, that just goes to show how big Sonic was back then. He was kind of like one of the first big trendsetters for, delaying lines for merch.
I mean, Sonic as a character was unique for the time. A game like Sonic hadn't been done the way it was, and I think Sega didn't really see when they the thing is like the development of Sonic. A lot of things were kind of like it almost felt almost underdogish, you know.
Right.
How like Sega of America thought it wouldn't be a success at first. They were developing their own Mario killer, so to speak, being Kid Chameleon. We all know how that went. And like, they didn't really see any, I guess, sort of success in Sonic at that point. And then when it hit, and it was like one of those, big, holy crap moments,
It's like, how did we get here? What must we do? And then that's when they fall to the evil, evilness of merch.
I think it was just due to the fact that with Sonic was built not due to percentages like stuff like Chameleon was, or playing it safe. It wanted to take a unique spin on it, built off of pure passion and inspiration. I think that's what makes the character unique for that time. And I mean, once he came out, I guess bottom line kind of followed suit. You had a lot of mascot titles kind of popped up.
The era of just like making random mascots and hoping that they hit the wall, with them sticking. I kind of miss that era.
I mean, I don't want to say anything with myself personally, but I really like playing around with the concept of a character game, so to speak. I really wish that came back in some form, in some capacity. Just because you could do some really unique stuff with it.
Yeah.
I feel like now more than ever, now that people in the indie scene have a lot more ability to express themselves and show their stuff off, I feel like character games can probably make some names,
I mean...
icons for a new frontier, so to speak,
I mean, we've kind of gotten a little bit of that with,
Shovel Knight, I think, Freedom Planet, right?
Yeah, and I was also thinking of characters like Ukulele, just spiritual successors in general. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you have people like Bubsy who just decide to come back for like 3 months and then just disappear again.
Well, I feel like Bubsy came back just due to
meme.
The fact that he was kind of meme material. And I feel like what they did with that new entry didn't really feel like Bubsy. I feel like if you're... The thing is like, something as absurd as Bubsy has some sort of slight inspiration to it. It has a very Saturday morning cartoon vibe, but there's like none of that in there. There's like none of that in there. And it just feels safe,
Yeah. No, it's all for the numbers and trying to make a buck than it really is.
Basically.
Actual inspiration. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because there could be plenty of opportunities for characters that may have been, what's a good way to put it? Commercially deceased. Commercially deceased. Is that a way that we can explain it?
I suppose like commercial failures. Is that a way of putting it?
Yeah, I guess because it gives chances for like commercial failures. Jesus. Them to like get a chance back in the spotlight and actually have some passion put into them.
Yeah, or people who are inspired by those creating new IPs and basically making something fresh but familiar.
Yeah,
Um, I mean, why not really, you know?
right.
Um,
Although competition is there. I mean, because you got people who who are pretty big in the community. I mean, with what happened with like Vertebreaker and stuff like that. I mean, you
oh
got a big.
yeah,
I mean, you got a big name behind it, a new IP, and then I mean, I'm not sure exactly as to everything that happened. You'd probably know more about that than me. But just kind of
right.
seeing it fall off like that is kind of unfortunate.
I feel like that's just due to the fact that it didn't really get the attention that it did, and also more people weren't open to that interesting new gameplay. I feel like Vertebreaker has a lot of potential, or had a lot of potential. Um, and I feel like it's just the fact of the matter is that, well, with things like crowdfunding and whatnot, it's a bit hard to seek, basically find that kind of like a breakthrough for some. It's a
Yeah,
shame. Um, there's a lot of really
good ideas
passionate
float.
and great ideas. I mean, like I said, I mean, I'm with SFGHQ. What I said yesterday, there's so much potential there. So many unique and creative thinkers and creatives there. And seeing indie work specifically kind of like slowly kind of like taking form is something breathtaking. It's like
That's,
we've created our own little workshop, so to speak, for that.
yeah.
You know?
That's one of my favorite things about about Sage and stuff like that, because it's not just for Sonic. It's a
Mm-hmm.
chance for people who, even if they're Sonic inspired, to have to show off their original creative works to a bigger audience without you know get lucky to get it.
Yeah. I don't know, I don't recall if it was KKM who said this, one of the Kyle and Lucy developers, or someone else, but basically it was the notion that Sage is pretty much the only piece of its kind or invention of its kind that actually does something like this for indies. Most indie showcases are game jams and whatnot.
Yeah.
In regards to that, Sage is the closest to a indie expo, so to speak, and I'm really happy that we are one of those I guess places for that. One of the only places for that kind of stuff. I guess it's a neat uniqueness to it,
Yeah,
and
because
it shows some of the next big things, you know.
with
From
the
creatives.
expo, like with with normal like game jams or excuse me, like normal expos and stuff like that, it has more of a focus on here are games coming out, maybe hopefully. But with Sage, it has more of a focus on the creators and and it goes a little bit more into all the projects themselves, even if there are like a
Mhm.
lot of them. It somehow gives each one its own little spotlight, which is great.
Well, there's booths and all that, you know, to showcase just showcase a more in-depth kind of description about the game and what who's behind it, whatnot, and so forth. Uh, I I really adore every entry that comes out in regards to that because I see a lot of passion, um, especially in the booths and the way they describe things. I've seen some who have really detailed examples. I remember seeing, I believe it was uh, Galactic when it had Sonic Galactic
Yeah.
when it had done their booth. Really descriptive and whatnot. Nice little images to go alongside things, if I recall. a few other games did that as well. Indies and whatnot had similar things like that, but they each had like their own personality, their own individualism to it. You know.
Yeah.
I think also showcasing that uniqueness and individual also gives it a neat charm too. Not everything is kind of like the same old gray, you know?
Yeah.
There's passion and creativity behind each and every project.
One day I would like to join the ranks of that myself, but it's really hard being the artist that I am, where most of the stuff that I design for is video games, but I have little to no experience with programming. I mean, I've slowly but surely picking up GML, which is, I guess, is a place to start, but like it's tough if you don't have a history with it, like, at all. I've always been art focused, and I'm very very bad with sort of, math and like very descriptive writing, I guess you could say. I know in itself you don't necessarily need those two to an extreme to become, a programmer, but it still plays some facts in it.
Yeah. From what I described with you yesterday, or I think it was the day before, it's like an Oshima looking for a Naka, so to speak, Yeah. Basically, you just need to find an individual to complement, so to speak. You have the game, but you need the engine, basically,
Yeah, and especially with especially with the type of game, and usually with platformer-esque engines, are ironically, depending on how detailed they are, can be pretty difficult. And most of the people that I do know that would be able to do something like that are either busy with other projects, or they, especially in the Sonic community, I hate to say it, aren't like the easiest to get along with.
In regards to that, I can see that a lot of people have themselves really booked in the community.
Yeah.
Especially. I think it's just sometimes it could be a right place, right time situation with finding that person. I know that with a project that is in the works, I have my boyfriend and I are like the key developers behind that. And It was just kind of like a matter of just talking about it. It kind of just led to hey, maybe we should make this actually happen. I have programming experience, you have the artistic abilities, capabilities. Let's make it happen,
Yeah.
And it just kind of conjoined into that.
I wish.
It will hit. I can certainly say that. If not now, maybe at some point in the future. People will see you.
Sorry, go on.
I'm saying is that people will eventually see the creativity, and you're just like other people see the creativity in others, and basically things will blossom and lead to new paths, interests, and whatnot. All it takes is a conversation.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I'm great with working with people. It's just funny enough, programmers are always the hardest one. As I also mentioned before the other night, it's just that, especially in a case like this, is like I can trust somebody. But I've been burnt like this before in the past. Like, you never know when something's gonna happen to them, and then you got this big thing going on, and then it just drops off the face of the earth because you don't got the talent for that. And again, with me, I don't mind working with people. I actually do really like working with people. Like when I was originally, still working on, Gaiden, I was working with a couple of different people. But I primarily I like to have the whole, pull my own weight, as you speak. I just don't say, hey, everybody else does it and I won't do anything. Like I said, like 95% of what you saw at that demo was just all me. Like outside, I would say outside of the music, but I even helped, direct a little bit of that, at least to get it what it needed to be. So it's like, And definitely, but definitely the music part is it's all of it its own. It's all in its own category. But like everything else around that, like even if it may not be the best, I'm still really proud of what I've put together and what I've done by myself with that.
Yeah. I wanted to mention this earlier, but my boyfriend has actually been watching the stream for a minute. I don't know if we can find a way to get him on or something like that. Yeah, I don't know.
If you like, is he in the Revo server? I mean, we can make our own separate chat if you like.
I mean, yeah, I could probably, if like a group DM of sorts or something like that. I just don't know how to properly ask it.
Oh no, no worries. Yeah, we can do that. Just give me 1 second and I'll get that started. Just give me 1 minute. I'm gonna go ahead and pause stream for just a moment. No worries though. That's easy. We can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Give me 1 second and I'll get one.
All right. Yeah. Add. Okay, I'll just add. There we go.
No worries.
All right, there we go.
Howdy.
All right.
It's just us.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. I was trying to find a way to properly ask, but yeah. So Akima's here. Say hello to all the people who are watching the stream.
People, hey,
Let me get you turned up so they can properly hear you here.
Yeah.
There we go.
oh yeah. Was my mic just quiet or something?
No, you're good. I just wanted to make sure. Had to turn you up all the way regardless. Quiet mic or not.
Yeah.
Should be good now.
Feels like when it comes to microphone volume, I can never get a solid answer. Like, people will say, volume-wise, I'm completely fine, and then struggle to hear me the next second, so it feels like I can never really tell how it is on other people's end.
Yeah, I think from what I think it's pretty out. Hopefully,
Yeah,
I do
good on mine.
So I do have music going, but I have it at a very like moderate volume. So right, and that's the first. Actually, hold on, let me add a. Let me go ahead and just merge these layers, and then I'm gonna add a little drop shadow. And yeah, this was just supposed to be like a normal sketch, but so it gives us more things to do here. Awesome. Let me go ahead and send this to my commissionee, and hopefully they like it.
All right.
And then we'll move on to the next one. The next one's going to be interesting. I'm going to not here in a second. Just give me 1 second. I'm just typing and sending this to them.
All right. But yeah, I guess what I was saying earlier, it was just a matter of just like when Akima and I had gotten together, we slowly just started to talk about like this specific project that we've been working that I was conceptualizing around the time 2020ish. I think it was like summer 2020. I was thinking about it and just sketching things out, and Akima was always kind of looking at it. We were friends at the time. It was around the time we started like dating. Then it was kind of like a matter of just it becoming kind of like a project for the two of us, you know.
Right.
Of course, more people get involved, and we have a little small team of people working on this thing. But yeah, it's pretty fun.
in part is because I had been doing Mega Drive stuff for a while, ever since like around the beginning of 2019, because I wanted to do more advanced stuff, I guess, with both Sonic hacks and some homebrew stuff. Around summer 2020, I was working on this one like Sonic Crackers hack, which was basically taking out the tether and then giving Sonic actual physics to see if it could be done.
Ooh,
To see if the different engine could be used for like other hacks and other purposes and whatnot. I did release it at Sage, although it was in a state that was like very much not what I wanted it to be, but I guess it still worked. The physics are mostly there.
Yeah.
Anyways, so going back to summer 2020, when he had described the project, he described it as being sort of like a 2D hand-drawn type game. And when talking about the concepts, and I had like kind of wanted to pitch the idea of maybe making it a Mega Drive game just because I wanted homebrew stuff to work on. Although I didn't quite do that because I had gotten the feeling that if I tried to do that, I wouldn't live up, so to speak, to whatever he wanted it to be. But then we talked about it more later on, and it just kind of clicked. I started putting together a few demonstrations and things, just kind of went from there slowly.
And we started development. We really like officially started like work on the engine in January, right?
Right.
I mean, so far it's June, and we're still doing it. So you know.
Progress hasn't been as fast as I'd like it to be, but I guess we've still made some good progress either way. Really, what can you do?
Hey, good progress is good progress.
Any progress
Progress
is
is
good
progress.
Yeah.
And thankfully, a few plans changed, and we have more time to like get more stuff put together than we thought we might have due to some circumstances. So like, it's not a huge deal.
Yeah.
Programming has always been interesting to me because I see people like you who are doing like pretty awesome stuff to it. Like even like if you're like, oh, it's not where I would want it to be, or it's not as amazing as you might think that it is. But I don't know. I've always have found programming to be such a bit of a how would I describe this? I'm horrible at describing stuff, as if you haven't realized. I don't know. It always feels like something that, like, obviously I know if I give it time and a lot of effort, I could reach. But some of the things that I would personally like to make, it feels like I am way below than, way behind. I mean, obviously, I'm a pretty decent artist, I like to think. But it's always troubling to be, an artist that primarily works in like game stuff, and not being able to make games, Like I know like some very, very basic GML, but nothing that's gonna be like, the next, cool platformer that I can make that, really falls in line with the ideals of, what I want to make. I've had something that I've been sitting on for years, and I mean, there's many reasons as to why I've worked on, projects that I have like Sonic Gaiden. I wanted to learn the experience. I wanted to get experience and learn in those areas to see like how these, games function. So when time comes when I make my own, people will be like, "Oh yeah, this was pretty good. I'm excited to see what he would do for something original." I'm like, "Hey, I'm also be like, "Hey, I learned a lot from working on this original thing, and this other thing, because it's always been my thing with like mods. It's like if I'm going to mod a game or something, I want to add original things to it, not just
make it feel unique.
Yeah, make it feel unique. And I like to at least think with what I did, even if it wasn't as high quality as I would want it to be, I still think that I pretty much got a good hang on some nice, unique environments that people would like, especially with the music that my composers created for those. I think they hit really well, especially with my favorite zone that I've made for Sonic Gaiden will always be Dream Mountain.
Oh yeah, the environments have really unique feels to them, which I really adored from that project.
They feel kind of generally more unique than a lot of other Sonic zones you'd see, because a lot of people seem to like model the zones after some weird conception they have in their head of what like a 32-bit game would look like. But at times it starts to feel formulaic, and then with Gaiden, the environments like generally kind of looked a bit more unique. I really loved Frosty Citadel, like not just the music but also the color usage in the zone is something you just don't see in a lot of other Sonic zones.
Right. I appreciate that, and like I said, my big problem with that project is that I was it's not the time that this has happened to me. I used to work on a Zeldamon years ago for Ocarina of Time, and it was kind of like the same thing. I took Ocarina of Time's base engine and I was making like original dungeons out of it. But it's really funny because I'm not sure how familiar you guys are with the N64 modding scene, at least to the fact of things like Mario 64, right? And it has that like major decomp that basically people spent years reverse engineering, and now it's like one of the most moddable games out there. That's actually happening with Ocarina of Time as well here behind the scenes soon. I think they're like at 70% of the decomp. But when I was modding the game back in like 2015, that game was held together by like duct tape and glue, and it's still kind of held together by duct tape and glue. It just at the time, I wasn't able to make the dungeons and stuff that I would want to make because I was running into so many technical issues, and I didn't have the technical know-how to fix those, so I had to, sadly put it down. I was originally going to college at around that time anyways, too, so I figured I wasn't going to get enough time for that anyways. And I think that was like 2 years later, Sonic Mania came out. And then, the modding scene for that, like, quickly exploded because, of how kind of already open source the engine was. Like obviously not completely open source, but there was enough to work with what had happened in the past that people were quick to mod the game. So then and obviously as the ever since I was a kid, I've always wanted to make my own Sonic levels. Fun fact that some of those levels for Sonic Gaiden are based off of ideas that I've had for like years, especially with levels like Rainy Plateaus. That I've had the idea for that level, and I actually have some really old like sprite art. I would have to find from like 2009, based off the same principle. Actually, you know what? Give me 1 second. I want to try and find that. Obviously, you won't see it on my stream screen, but give me 1 second.
Yeah. Going back to the bit earlier about modding Ocarina of Time, really when it comes to reverse engineering games, generally your mileage will vary depending on how the game is put together. Some things can be very much manually crafted to achieve a very specific result and be incredibly difficult to reverse engineer around. Whereas in other cases, like a very cohesive engine can be put together and then everything can just be like fit into that and easy to reverse engineer. Really, I think it depends. Like sometimes it also depends on the platform, the way they actually put the game together. Sometimes games are like very much manually crafted for specific hardware.
Yeah, and that's definitely a good case with Ocarina of Time. That game was like, it was made to have a specific product made. So reverse engineering it, from what I've known, it was a big pain, but it's like, it's really interesting to see that mainly like no more than 2 or 3 years after I left the scene, that it exploded. I'm actually kind of dipping my toes back into it again with working with some others kind of in that,
things like the decompers, so to speak, with the retro decomps, the retro engine decomps.
Yeah.
There's a lot of really neat stuff that's being done due to that with the script modding.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what it's coming down to. Like, if you've seen what can be Mario 64, you should see some of the things that people are doing behind the scenes with Ocarina of Time. I mean, it's really funny because one of the reasons that Ocarina of Time has such a prominent modding scene outside of, the obvious of being Ocarina of Time, is that there was a big project that was being teased around, like, if I want to remember correctly, it was like 2013, 2014, something around that time, probably a little bit before that. Excuse me. It was it was an Ocarina of Time mod that was promising to make content based off of apparently cut information from Ocarina of Time and an extension before it became Master Quest and Majora's Mask. It was called
Zelda.
Yeah. And because what that was originally supposed to be, I mean, it pretty much, and people found it out, and to some people's dismay, it ended up becoming Master Quest. But there were apparently at least some ideas. People basically went the whole full miles of it. They wanted to make a big mod of like completely original dungeons, new story, yada yada yada. And not to say it wasn't impossible, but it was like very hard back then.
Super ambitious. It was very ambitious.
Super ambitious. And its downfall came when the project started asking for donations. And then the project just straight up and just left. Like it just fell off the earth. And obviously
that's bad.
And obviously some people weren't very happy about that. Awesome. I actually found the only reason that I still have these is because I have an old website made on Wix.
Oh my god.
So let me see if I can get, hold on, preview. So, oh shoot, you didn't actually hear the website. Ugh. So yeah, and I'll post them here in my stream. They're tiny, like these things came from like, yeah, these were like, hold on, copy image. There we go. Here we go. Here's two
little mock-ups.
Yeah, little mock-ups, and it's really funny because these were originally like two separate zones. I forgot what I originally called Rainy Plateaus. I know it was something different, Rainy something.
The Sonic 2 sprite's nice.
Yeah, and then the second one was called Fruit Bacular Zone. But it kind of, as you've probably maybe seen, like some of my concept with some of my concept art, I basically just combined like these two
together.
Yeah, I merged them together.
Ideas.
Yeah, because like I wasn't able to really like stretch out Fruit Bacular enough to have it like as a full zone, but then I realized it kind of worked really well with the already, because you had mentioned before that you really like world consistency, and like and these was one of the things that I was trying to do with Gaiden is, like, for example, you could see, like, later zones in the background, or themes of levels next to each other are kind of, like, coherent, and, yeah, they're kind of coherent a bit. So, because this was supposed to follow it right afterwards, like, Sonic is, in these rainy plateaus, and then he starts getting into the deeper forest, like, concepts like that. I mean, that's what I wanted to do with Gaiden as well. Like, one consistent big area.
World.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or an island of sorts, and that's a really neat. That's an interesting way of putting it. I feel like it's what personally, and in an official game standpoint, it's personally why I feel 3 and Knuckles has an edge over in comparison to Mania.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Mania has, in design, Mania's a really great game, level design wise. There's a lot it has going for it. It is a very consistent game in design. However, it lacks the cohesion that 3 and Knuckles has. And in turn, 3 and Knuckles is a bit higher up on the pedestal in comparison to the Dunpole, in a sense, due to that. Has the upper hand, I guess you could say, the cutting edge.
Mania kind of, it doesn't have the same, there's not quite the same cohesion in progression or in tone, or in story, or art direction. Even if I have a few gripes with 3 Knuckles art direction, it's still just not quite as cohesive. But then the thing is, Mania, I think in terms of like gameplay, the way the gameplay feels, I think it's the best that the Sonic formula has ever actually felt in 2D to control.
Oh yeah.
So in terms of like game mechanics, gameplay, it's very well refined. It just doesn't quite have the same edge.
I mean, you could use the excuse as the Phantom Ruby, you know, being like the reason that it's jumping all over the place, but at the same time, it's a bit of a cop out.
It's quite the
because
cop-out.
it doesn't quite excuse the
Yeah.
lack of cohesion. Like you can say maybe that's why, but it still does affect the game a bit. But it's still a good game.
So Rainy Plateaus is probably one of my favorite examples of how I wanted to kind of progress things in a bit. So with Act 1, this was a bit of a redesign that I was going for Act 1, even though this one's a little, you know, choppier art-wise compared to this other concept art. The idea of it was to, you know, take kind of both natures of rain. You know, you have like your rainy days where you're like walking, I don't know if you've ever like walked through a nice field after a nice rainstorm. It's a slow, enjoyable, you know, feeling with the, you know, the rain pitter down. And so you obviously want to, you know, speed up so you're not like, you know, you're not getting poured on out of the rain, but you're going to take a little bit of an enjoyment out of it. And that's one of the things that I wanted to convey, and not only, at least to my best of my ability, in terms of the artistic direction and level design. Maybe not so much on the second one. That's definitely an area of design I need to get better at. But Sonic levels are hard, especially with how giant they are and how well they mess, you know, how much they have to flow really well. It takes a lot of trial and error. Not to say I didn't have my moments in there, but definitely things could have been improved. But at the least the idea was there. Sorry, and then Act 2. And then Sound of a Shadow, he was the main composer that I worked with. I worked with a couple of different composers because, you know, different areas of the game, I felt like they would have stronger suits in different songs. He conveyed the music for these so well because, you know, the first act's music is a bit of a lighter end theme where it's more tropical and relaxing with some sections of, you know, speed up and, you know, tension with, like, you know, the thunderclaps in the song. But as for the second act, we're going deeper into this foresty, hillsy area where the rain is on a heavy downpour. So you would have things like, you know, large slopes, fast level design where, you know, you have to really keep up with it. And then you have like some oil ocean kind of deals, like where there's water coming off of, you know, that's literally falling off of, you know, some of these platforms. And so it's creating pools and streams that would, you know, then you would ramp off of, like, you know, giant fruit and stuff like that. You know, that's kind of where the fruit bacular, you know, tropes kind of came along into it. And then with the music, we focused on a bit of a heavier, you know, I was really inspired by some of the heavier Donkey Kong Country songs, you know, with big band music and stuff like that. There's a lot of, it's funny enough with when it comes to theming and between the music, level design, stuff like that, even if I wasn't able to portray it well in the demo, I still think I got a lot of really cool ideas with how I could, you know, go about doing that.
Yeah, I was gonna mention the way that Act 1's concept art looked like. It reminded me, specifically the terrain. I don't know if you took influence from it, but Sonic 2's concept art of Tropical Sun.
I did.
You took influence? That's awesome. I
did.
love Sonic 2's concept art. I feel like there's a lot of potential in that sadly never got defined.
Yeah, especially with the terrain, and there was a little bit of that in the demo for it, but I was still finding out ways to, like, better project that in there. Definitely, and I could have swore I had it saved somewhere. I had a full-on, like, save of, like, the entire level map for Dream Mountain Act 1 because it both had the normal level and the Knuckles level literally right on top of it. Basically, I took the map for it, right? In game, you know how, like, the backgrounds, like, cycle out with each other infinitely, right? Basically, I just put Knuckles' level under Sonic's level where ground would meet its seam, so you would never go high enough to reach like Sonic's levels, but it's like all the way up there, but Knuckles is all the way down there, so that's kind of how I fit like 2 acts in like one map. I need to find that. I don't even know if you knew if that was a thing. There's a whole Knuckles act in that demo for Dream Mountain. I also had an early demo of Checkpoint City in there as well. I made this not too long afterwards. This was a bit of a design revamp for Dream Mountain, just to kind of improve its colors a little bit more. Definitely with more vibrant blues, better areas. Because one of the elements that I was trying to portray in that demo is that the difference between red leaves and green leaves. Red leaves are obviously, you know, the leaves that you want to stay on. Green leaves you can fall through. Stuff like that. Didn't really work out too well, but the idea and the principle is still at least there. But I started incorporating generally some more green into like this kind of emerald green into the palette, because I actually used to have that in an older. Excuse me again, I apologize. I actually ate right before stream.
It's fine. I could say the same, honestly. I might actually get a drink in a bit. Because I am a soda junkie.
Oh yeah. Here's some. Here's a lot of the different concept art that I made throughout the time of working on.
I adore that. I absolutely adore that.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, Sim, I don't think I've ever seen like a Blossom Garden type stage properly realized in a Sonic game. I mean, aside from like Press Garden or whatnot, but even then there were still some strings attached to it. This is more like pure shrine, or like Blossom Shrine type level.
It's just a shame that those giant trees like had to like kind of suffer a bit due to words with it, where they would just kind of pop in.
Yeah.
Because like it overall it looked amazing, like, beautifully, like sprite wise.
Because the reason how I did that, because the trees were so detailed, I didn't have them as like separate tiles. I had them as objects, but I forgot what kind. I think what I did was I think I had them as like a type of. I don't remember exactly, but I think I had them as like a platform object. But the collision for the platform was like either like no. I had them as platform objects. So the platform was inside the tree, but since they were platforms and they were so big sprites, you know, they didn't pop into frame, you know, they popped out until they were close enough in frame. So yeah, you would see them pop in and out, and those were one of those things that I couldn't really do anything about it at the time. I figured it would just be one of those things when the game got, when the Mania modding scene became a little bit easier from what I could tell, that it would be one of those things that I could fix. But one of those things that I personally couldn't fix myself because I didn't have the knowledge and know-how to do. And I ran into a lot of that with that project. And one of my other favorite things about Green Mountain is that I had this nature versus technology again thing.
Nice.
For it's the very Blossom-esque, fall shrine-esque kind of area, Chinese culture. But then my favorite
modernizes, huh?
and then it modernizes it. It's like a mix between, if you took, you know, the idea of Press Garden, right, but you made it more machinery. And like, if my idea for this is that it was really stupid that I'm literally having Eggman harness the power of nature, of like a fall. Just random ass leaves, you know, generating energy for him to use. It's stupid, but like
maybe it could be, maybe the leaves have some sort
like a magic.
Maybe not magic, more like a charge of sorts.
Yeah.
Maybe the leaves have some sort of electric pulse or energy attached to them that could generate enough energy when collected and put into a sort of generator or conversion. Generator.
Something along those lines. I mainly just gave it definitely a better idea. I just come
up with a very basic concept and then just like go a little bit more in depth with it.
Yeah. And this was still a work in progress, but this was the actual sprite sheet that I was working on. I still really like how these, if maybe not perfect, I still really like how these pipes came out. And then you would see that obviously I was still working on spreading these images, how they would like wrap around the pipage. What other neat Sonic Guidance stuff do I have on this? One of my other favorite levels in terms of environments, another work in progress, sprite sheet. This level had oh no, hold on, no, let's not use that one. Let's use this one.
Cool.
This concept art right here that I'm booting up right here is definitely a better representation of what I was going for here. It was supposed to be like a city in the sky kind of deal, but again with another focus on robotics and just kind of a dreamy feel to it.
It feels almost steampunkish.
Yeah, that's what I was going for, was kind of like a bit of a steampunk feel. Here in the second act, another second Rain act. You can probably tell that I really like Rain, but I really wanted to focus on like the darker rainy city now with almost ruin areas that are inside of it. With the gears, this is definitely more focused on the steampunk. And then I did some cool things too, where like this is like the reverse of it. Like you see how we have these like floating platforms, right? And then when you reverse them, they become like the fans from like
the fans from
Flying Battery
and Wing Fortress.
Yeah, Wing Fortress and Flying Battery. Yeah.
I was gonna mention I'm gonna get a drink real quick and also get my charger for my laptop. That's cool.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so I'll be right back, but keep going with this. It's really great stuff being shown off here.
Well, thank you.
I'm sure all the people are really digging it.
I like the lamp art here particularly.
Yeah,
I remember one day, I think this was like early on last year sometime, I remember like driving into work one morning before the pandemic started, and I saw some lamp or some light, and it gave me like some idea about incorporating a lamp kind of like that into a Sonic Zone. I remember sketching it out, even though I never quite got great results, but I don't know, I think it's neat.
There's just something about, very strong incandescent lights and a dark background, but yet you're still able to see the area around you. And I wanted to like portray some of that. One of the other things that I was trying to do for Gaiden is I was trying to take advantage of, of the characters' palettes that are loading in like each level. You can actually see it in Dream Mountain, specifically in the demo. I actually changed the environmental palettes of the characters to reflect the zone that they're in and the act that they're in. And with this one, you can kind of see that I did some very small rim lighting here for this. I wanted to do some of that for like some of these characters. Again, I had a lot of and then then the light comes from the top on the other one. I had a lot of ideas with what I wanted to do, and another thing that that pains me because I can't I can't make it a reality because I don't have the technical know-how or programming knowledge for it.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate, but one of these days I am sure that I will catch up and we'll be able to make. I'm actually planning on going back to school here soon. It's not in game design, but I'm trying to get my associates in 2D animation. Nice. Here's another level that I didn't really show off too much during the initial. I only just recently revealed this concept art because about a month or so ago, I believe it was about a month ago. I did a gigantic concept art drop on my Twitter.
Oh, I saw that. By the way, I'm back.
Yeah. So I showed off some new levels that I never really showed off before. And this level specifically, well, not this one. So this one was heavily based off of those really when you go back to like the 1920s, right, or the 1930s.
Oh, Art Deco.
Or 40s. Yeah,
Art Deco.
Yeah, and they're like, this is what the future is going to look like.
That's retrofuturism. Ahmed and I really love that. We talk about it a lot, and the potential that it had back then, and how much interesting it was.
Yeah,
More interesting than what it is now. You know?
it's so they just had such an over the top idea of what it was like, and I really wanted to pull from it. Also, if you guys couldn't believe this, I was actually working on improving the color palette for Act 2 of Frosty Citadel, and this is what the first act looked like too. Hold on. I had a bit more of an emerald highlight. I love how this stream has become more into me just kind of going into like my thought process about making Sonic Gaiden when it was a thing.
In the end, it still works with art.
Yeah.
Make sure to finish the
great.
commission.
I mean, I love when
people
go back and they retrace their steps and they discuss what they were thinking about while working on a game, and they bring up inspirations and the development process. It gives a lot more insight and I guess appreciation into a work of art when the artist discusses, their thought process and all the things they wanted to do with it. That's why prototype material is so fascinating.
A retrospective.
The retrospective of how much that changes, and again, it also kind of wraps back around because I'm sure you guys remember the Nintendo leaks that have been happening a lot these last several months, like the Giga leaks and stuff like that. It was really funny because we got one from a Giga leak and then one from an actual finding an old cartridge. There was a lot of prototype Ocarina of Time stuff that was found, and man, I was eating good that day.
The Zelda 64 stuff was insane. All the Zelda stuff was neat. Zelda 2 on the Super Nintendo. Mm-hmm. My God, Argonaut stuff. With Zelda 2. Wow.
My most the projects when their developments that fascinate me the most have always been Sonic 2 and Ocarina of Time. Always.
For me, it has to be Sonic 1 because it is basically a Genesis.
Honestly, can we just bundle up all of the classic games development?
Oh yeah, generally there's so much interesting material regarding that. Mario 64 seems interesting because it seems like it was going for a more traditional Mario game, and then eventually just kind of turned into what it was. Mario World was neat because it had almost a completely different style in multiple stages of development that just intrigues me. There's a lot of really interesting
especially the sprite changes in that. With Mario originally having more of a Mario Bros. 3 sprite before it kind of became the pudgy Mario World sprite. That's always been the one that interests me the most.
There was a weird in-between where it almost looked like Miyamoto's drawings from Mario 1.
Oh, yeah.
The old artwork it looked like when he opens his mouth you can see the little when he jumps he's got the same expression as that artwork from the 80s, and it's really neat, and I'm surprised they didn't repurpose something like that for All-Stars when they were redoing the Mario 1 graphics.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. Honestly, Mario 1 also its development. Just the slight changes and all that. If we ever got any sort of prototype material from Mario or Sonic, early Sonic, early Mario is so legendary. It's like a holy grail. I remember everyone was losing their minds when the source code dropped.
Yeah.
For Mario 1. It was a part of All-Star, so there were some slight modifications, but it was generally the same source code from Super Mario Brothers, and it was insane.
It's crazy because apparently with those initial leaks, there was 2 gigabytes worth of not gigabytes, terabytes, my bad, of information, and we still don't have everything that was.
I was gonna mention that. What happened?
Yeah.
What happened with that? The guy just kind of pieced out. OP never delivers.
Well, the reason that OP never delivered is because OP was apparently, if I remember correctly,
was he arrested?
Yeah, I think he was. Not only was it for this, I think he also apparently had I think he was also a pedophile.
Oh no!
So I remember reading something about that legal action was taken against him for those leaks. And then when they had got a hold of his devices, they had also found out that he had, on there. So, now as for the rest, because apparently it was a team effort. As for the rest of the team, I'm not quite sure what happened with that. But at least for the original person, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, that's what happened. Somebody feel free to fact check me on that one though.
Goodness.
Change of topic though. I found some more concept art for this level. This was something that I was really interested in doing. With like the kind of the visualness of this is that.
I'm sorry. So keep going.
No, you're good. So like, I really like the idea of basically the invisible, like you basically messing with the collisions in a different way than how it reacts to the tiles. Because if you if you would take a look at this, the collision for this would have been something like, you know, like the basic collision would have been something like this. So it doesn't exactly fit with the sprites, but what happens, it looks like that Sonic is going behind this part, and then he's going behind this. I wanted to mess with the layering and like specific of the collision of layers to pull off something like this. I was really excited to try this out. I'm very bummed that I wasn't able to get something like this. Wasn't able to do something like this, because you can see how I was even building like the tiles here and how I was going to. Yeah.
It's like how Sonic Crackers had those like loops in the prototype speed slider.
Yeah, speed slider. I was gonna mention that.
Depth to it.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that because like Akuma has like a freaking infatuation with speed slider specifically, and just the really cool, unique level geometry that it has. It's really neat.
I just wanted to take advantage of more of that. Oh, here's a really cool kind of like combination of different concepts, and how I was even making some, even further adjustments to, to Aurora Garden, kind of making the background more purple so it stands out a bit more. I wanted to add like these light blue, like brushes, different fauna, and then the dark, and then the darker second act. There was actually supposed to be 2 acts in this game that I was really, getting ambitious with, in terms of music. So with Checkpoint City, which I still think this is one of the better levels in terms of like sprite art and palette that I've done, because it's really funny, because if you look at this level and then look at the original version of it from like the first trailer, it really had a major glow up. Like, holy shit! I don't even know how I did it. But that came in. But the second act was supposed to be like a kind of like the Sonic equivalent to the New Donk City party from Mario Odyssey, and obviously with everybody's favorite band and some Sonic 1 references in there. But it was supposed to have a lyrical theme for it that would play throughout the stage. We didn't have too many things for that one. Act 1's theme at that point in time, but another level, it was one of the ones I showed off earlier that I haven't really showed off too much before. It was it was called Astronomical Outskirts, and we actually did have at least a small work in progress demo that was being made for it. It was done by Megabaz, the guy who also did the Frosty Citadel music. The fan favorite on that one. Everybody seemed to really love that song. I wonder if I can find that here. Hold on. Give me a second to delve some old DMs. It was just a short demo, but it was like really. Hold on. And if you thought Frosty Citadel's theme was good, hold on. Is this the one with the? Yeah, this is a Sonic Gaiden first, because I've been working with some of the guys that to potentially make a full like soundtrack release of everything that was done so far. And I'll go ahead and mute myself and play this on stream if you want to give it a listen. This was the first act theme for Astronomical Outskirts that Megabaz, the same guy who did Frosty Citadel Act 2, did. So let me go ahead and pause this music, and I'll see if I can play this in my browser.
Yeah, give it like a deafen, probably deafen as well from that as well.
Yeah.
So that way, you know, we don't talk over it because like we're probably gonna be like Ahmed and I are probably gonna be talking to each other like, oh, you know.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and deafen myself, and then you'll have to catch it up on stream here. I was like, where's the server that I'm in? Then I realized that I'm in a voice call. Okay. Yeah. Give me 1 second. This might peak a little bit. Yeah. Give me 1 second. Let me
All right.
deafen.
Too. That sample.
Yeah, actually. I love it when distorted vocals are used as instruments
Yeah.
in music. It's kind of something I want to do with auto.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it finished. It finished. It was wow. That was really, really nice. The ending almost sounded GBA inspired, a bit of Sonic Advance with just the instrumentation.
Yeah, and so there's actually one more. Let's see where it's at. Give me a second. As I'm trying to find. Like I said, we had a version with actually some work in progress vocals. I'm not sure who he was working with for that. Yeah, give me 1 second. But that was, to me, I was essentially considering that like the second theme for the game outside of like the main theme that Sound of a Shadow did. I don't know what the normal music play. And then probably after this, I'll jump back into commissions. I mean, I have practically all day, but yeah, just let me find this at the second one. But I really hope that you guys like what you heard. I'm still working on getting a collab to have everybody let me upload all the songs. There's a couple of ones that Sound actually hasn't even uploaded. Yeah, I'll have to get back to him on that. Yeah, while I look for that, if you guys have any other points and suggestions or the topic, feel free to mention them.
Will do. Honestly, all the stuff being shown off here is really nice. It's very interesting looking into this stuff. Kind of having a bit more of an in-depth talk about it. I know that Twitter thread can only do so much when it comes to that, you know?
Oh yeah.
And a little bit step.
And ultimately, you know, it kind of sucks that I'm not able to. at least at the moment. I mean, I was actually talking with Xanary earlier. He had mentioned that there's actually a couple things that have like changed with Mania Money that has made it a lot easier. But I don't know. I might play around with it, but I'm kind of like at that at that cross path here. I'm like, should I play or should I just focus on with everything else that's going on and just kind of shelve it?
Well, I've learned over the past amount of time that I've been in the scene, like four well-known words. I guess I keep myself, and that is well, fan games never die. Really, that's just the thing. There's always some way it can come back in some shape or form. Be it. It's a very weird model that I've kind of noticed because you see a lot of these revivals or a lot of these games just come out of hiatus or hibernation and just kind of revitalize themselves. So I guess fan games never die is like the best thing I've learned from it. So as long as you have the drive and that passion, usually people come back and retrospect it.
Again, because I would love to. It's like because this project is so important to me with everything that I've already poured into it. It's just I kind of had a bit of a thud. I mean, I'm always sure I could come back with it, but I'm very afraid of my technical limitations here of not being able to make it what I would want to be because of my own limitations.
Given these limitations, you might just have to wait for the right place and the right time to actually pull it off and just kind of keep the ideas going until then. I mean, really, I'd like to see Gaiden finished one day. I really would.
Yeah.
You just need the opportunity.
Ooh, here's another one. This one was still a bit of a work in progress. So this is one that John Davis did for the Sky area that I was showing, the Sky City for Act 1. I'll go ahead and mute myself again. Getting a lot of reveals today. Because I'm basically free to show this off now. I just haven't had a good way to combine them all together. I probably should just straight up ask him and just say, hey, can I just go ahead and make an OST combination and just have all of the songs in one video. But for now, again, this song was a bit of a work in progress, but it's still, and we were thinking of changing some things up with it, but it's still pretty good. I'll go ahead and deafen myself again here. So enjoy.
All right. What did it say? All right, there we go.
There we go.
Sorry. I just was just talking about some stuff because Marky Jester just dropped like this really cool Sonic 2 versus hack that looks really neat. The special stages are very, very high quality. And this is all on hardware, which is really neat.
Drop a link.
Heck yeah. I'll drop the link in here, and I'll put in the chat, too. Check this out. There's like a segment here that's got like the special stages. It's like around like 2 minutes in. Like, oh my goodness.
Let me see here.
They're like 2 minutes in.
It is loading, it is thinking.
I just realized there's sprite rotation, like really high quality sprite rotation.
I was about to say, is this
This
is
is
a
on
lot
hardware.
smoother. Yeah.
Yeah, it's on hardware. And that is really, like, I just noticed the sprite rotations like that. Goodness. Oh, there's sprite scaling in this. Wow. Whoa!
I can't believe
That's
it. they fixed the Sonic 2 special stages. Never
wow,
that I thought
did
in
you
a
see
million.
the rings off in the distance?
Whoa.
Like, did you see the sprite scanning? Oh my
Yeah.
goodness. The power shifting.
Whoa. I mean, chat can't see this right now. I'll drop a link to it here, and
Yeah, I dropped it in the chat for people who are like looking. Go like 2 minutes in. Absolutely insane. Marky Jester is a very talented individual. Probably one of the greatest, one of the best ROM hackers I've seen in this community. Really made his mark. Pun intended. A lot of his stuff is very genuine, and it has a really nice charm to it. As you can see here, it's got like really nice stuff for it.
That's
And it
crazy.
doesn't seem to just be him. It seems to be a full team. Not just including Marky, but it seems like Marky did the special stages, and special stage graphics specifically, and did all that jazz. So I mean, hey, that is absolutely insane with that. Hopefully they release this. Good stuff.
Agreed. I've been seeing whenever I look at Sonic Hacks, it gets me. It's like when am I gonna buy a flash cart for my Genesis? Alrighty.
Yeah.
So that was kind of a impromptu developmental look at how I made Sonic Gaiden, or at least my thoughts into it. I definitely would probably go into that more another day. I haven't really had an opportunity to really go that in depth to it, so I appreciate you guys just listening to me while I went into that. But
Heck yeah, man! Heck yeah!
so definitely back to commissions here. A commission that is requesting me to draw a Sonic character as a human. I cannot believe it. Drawing humans is not my A game. When you draw blue hedgehogs for so long, it's like, can you even human?
The rubber hose is taking you over.
Speaking of Sonic Mania and hacks with it, music. How about you guys? I mean, got any kind of insights into some of the things that you've been working on that you're eager to talk about?
Well, I don't know, Akuma. You think we should talk about Autotune?
We can talk about that more if you want to.
I guess so, but I want to keep it a bit down on the down low because it's still in development and kind of in the process of creating a vertical slicer right now. But I'm sure, it wouldn't be that much. It wouldn't hurt too much to talk about it.
Never mind. I mean, if I keep on the down low, I mean, I just don't want to make like large descriptive public posts about everything going on.
Yeah, and I'm sure. I mean,
I have nothing to lose.
Yeah.
for me, it's something in dev, so it's like.
Yeah, I get you though.
what we're aiming for, I guess, I mean, what Akuma said is designing something at the 68K and making a Mega Drive homebrew. It's a spiritual successor to Funny Blue Game and a lot of other mascot platformers at the time, which went back to the whole talking about character games earlier on. I always kind of wanted to make one of those character games and put my own spin on it, so to speak. And I feel like what we have is something unique and, once again, fresh but familiar. And I don't want to go too much into detail, but if you've been checking on Twitter, specifically for my posts of some of the characters, you probably know what to expect with, I guess, the cast and some of the worlds that you'll encounter in this. There's a lot more you don't know, a lot more I don't want to say, but it's got some very unique ideas, unique people working on it, not just Akuma and I, but a lot of people behind the scenes, who I feel it's a team of very remarkable and wonderful to work with individuals. Every day in there is just fun, basically.
I've seen a tiny bit of it for what you showed me the other day, and it's like really exciting. Again, another reason I just want to, if it works out, another reason your guys' project would probably be the primary reason I go out and just get a flash card for my Genesis. I have one for my N64, but I've been meaning to get one for my Genesis at some point.
Who knows? Maybe you might see Otto on a Mega Drive cart. That's a pipe dream. You never know.
Never know. I mean, hey, like you said, sometimes it just takes, the people that you know or the proper resources to make it a thing. Even if it is like a limited run, I'm sure you'd be able to do it. Just find somebody that could, if it works on hardware, I'm sure you can get it burned onto a ROM, onto a board. And at that point, all you need is just somebody who can print custom stickers, get your boxes, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
I know a couple guys, especially one guy. His name's AerosArtCorner. He does a lot of that stuff.
Ah. Are you gonna be our dealer?
Who knows? Honestly, though, yeah, the offer's on the table though, because if you guys want to have like a limited like printed release run on that, as long as you can find somebody who can actually weld and burn these games onto an actual cartridge, when it comes down to printing, getting it on a box, stickers and stuff for like the cartridge. I've done it a couple times actually. I've been wanting to do more of that. For my shop specifically, but it's kind of niche just for random stuff without a product that's tied to it.
Yeah. I guess limited stuff would be neat. I guess it's a matter of getting the funds set up and who is willing to, I guess, be interested in buying it. I'm sure a lot of people will be interested when it's out, when it's ready. But it's still really early in dev, so it's a bit later on down the line.
At least
on the time frames.
At least on the end of making like labels and specific prints for like box arts and stuff like that. It's not that expensive depending on how many copies you want to make. Like I say, if you're like on a super limited release run, like you start with maybe like, I don't know, like 5 or something like that, 5 copies or whatever. that's easier to manage and easier to afford, because boxes and again, the most important part is just getting somebody who can actually weld and burn those games onto a board. I know about the process. I even have some of the tools for it, but I'm just not very good at it. In terms of the actual like welding and burning and stuff like that. I tried getting into it a while back ago because I think I mentioned to you guys there, because I used to work in a big pop culture thrift store, and I had like my own little shop in there. and
Oh,
I
neat.
wanted to burn and make my own repros. Instead of just buying, and obviously I sold them as repros, and we're a secondhand shop anyway, so I usually bought those repros off of somebody else anyways.
Okay.
So it's like this wasn't like a main shop of me like selling repros as like actual cartridges. No. They were advertised and sold as reproduction carts. And I gave them like custom box art, reboxed them and everything with custom art. And I wanted to start like making my own repros. So I have like some of the kits for it. But I'm not very good. I'm not very good at it. It's kind of technical. So I kind of just stayed on the art part of it.
Yeah.
And it worked out pretty well, until COVID hit.
Oh yeah.
But offers there.
Yeah, that'd be neat, I think.
Yeah. I think it would be. I think it'd be a pretty neat offer. Definitely something to consider later on down the line. That's for sure. I'm
Yeah.
glad that you're offering something like this. It'd be a dream to have that in a box and on a cart with a manual and all that. That's just me personally. I'd love something like that for me to own. I'm sure a lot of people would like that too.
Yeah, especially if it hits really well. I mean, people love like homebrew, custom homebrew games, especially on retro consoles. I mean, have you seen, some of the games that have been like made for NES and Super Nintendo? I mean, people eat that shit up.
Yeah.
Sometimes
I feel like with
too much. It's sometimes too much because then companies like Nintendo step in and then say, no, you can't do that. But
yeah, I feel like with Auto, what we have for it, considering it's a spiritual successor title, I don't think anything like this has been done with a homebrew before. With the type of game we're aiming for, at least not what I recall. Akuma, you could probably correct me.
No, I don't think so. I don't see a lot of unconventional platformers when it comes to Mega Drive homebrew. Like, I just kind of don't see physics-based platformers. You got a lot of homebrews that are like shoot 'em ups, then maybe some basic platformers, but like generally not something more unconventional like Sonic. It's just not something we generally see on the Mega Drive, I don't think.
which just makes it even cooler because shoot 'em ups are usually some of the. I mean, obviously I can't program one to save my life, but it's usually one of the easier genres to program, I'm sure. This is why people probably go for it. I don't know, you guys are the experts on that, not me. Just going by what I've seen.
Yeah, I'd imagine they're much easier to program. Sometimes I feel kind of like making one, but at the same time the market is just kind of saturated with them.
Yeah, you gotta really hit the mark with something unique.
Yeah.
I feel like we have something. I believe in the project and what we can do with it. I think there's a lot of potential. I see a lot of potential, not just from what I've kind of bounced around with folks, but also what other folks have came to me in regards to it and brought their own concepts to the table, complemented it.
It's just really exciting and interesting to see something like that for custom Sega homebrew.
Yeah, well, I mean, the project slogan's "You're interesting" for a reason.
Yeah.
It's not just because of that, but also the philosophy of the game, and just the philosophy of that type of platformer is allowing the player to feel like they have control of what they're doing, allowing to enhance, or I guess kind of like pretty much with good play, they can pretty much do anything they put their mind with the physics given to them. The tools given to them, they can pretty much do anything if they put their minds to it, and if they put the right good play into it.
Sonic Warrior, Sonic Warrior.
Yeah, pretty much. They can do anything, pretty much. I think that's the whole thing, is that you as the player are interesting. You're controlling this character that doesn't play by scripts, so to speak, both in, I guess, the joke of scripted language, scripted events, or scripts as his personality. And pretty much, you have control over the environment if you put your mind to it, pretty much. With good play and good, I guess, responses,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's what it's all about. Letting the player feel like they have some sort of control over their destiny, I guess you could say, or their destination.
Which is really good good to have, to be a spiritual successor.
Oh, most definitely.
What's going on with her? Oh, I didn't even notice that's what those, okay, so her glove, these things on her shape weirdly, not just the normal ring shape. I almost missed that. So this commission wanted me to draw like a couple different poses of like this, I believe it's one of the skins from like Sonic Speed Battle, I think, or the Forces like mobile game.
Oh, Speed Battle?
Yeah. And they have like those different outfits and stuff like that, and I believe this is like a Chinese outfit for Blaze. This is the only other mission I have here, but no, this one's gonna take us a minute because they want like 4 different poses. Even though they're sketch commissions, but
Yeah.
there's nothing to do so.
I'm looking at a reply that I had, though, on my Sonic 2 call-out post, saying Sonic 1 peaks at Green Hill. Oh god.
Jeez.
That's a bad mindset. I don't know. I noticed, I guess if we could tangent on this to just kind of come up with conversation. I never really understood how much people kind of have an uncontrollable misunderstanding of Sonic 1. It's like Marble Zone exists and they like lose it, even though with good play you can traverse most of the issues that Marble Zone entails,
Yeah.
The only exception is maybe like a push block segment in Act 3 that you have to sit through. That I feel like could be designed better. But other than that, it's rather alright.
I'm not allowed to have it. I'm not allowed to have an opinion in that conversation in that topic because I actually like Labyrinth Zone. So
wait, I like Labyrinth Zone.
Oh shit. Then we can have this opinion together. Sonic
Okay.
1's still not my favorite, definitely by far, but like I still can pick it up and play it. Here's the thing: when we go back to Sonic 2, I just feel like for me personally, Sonic 2 is just the easiest game for me to pick up and put down. Usually I have a pretty consistent time with the game until I get to like Metropolis, and that's when I usually like put it down, because even if the world itself is a little tiny inconsistent with itself, I don't think it's that bad. Like it's the Sonic game that I've been playing for like years, and I play it like religiously at least once a year, just for fun, because I can play it I can beat the game in like 45 minutes.
Oh, that's me with Sonic 1. I think I could beat it a little bit less than that, though. I think, wasn't it 30? Around 32, 34 when I raced Jade up that one time, Akuma?
I think so.
Yeah. The only reason why I didn't beat him was because I took a different route and I screwed up in one of the zones.
Oh no.
And it was a big bro moment. I wanted to experiment during that because it was just a casual race.
Right.
But yeah, Sonic 1's one of those games, I guess, similar to years of Sonic 2, where I just can like just pick up and play around with it. So much so that someone had challenged me to see how many times I could beat it in a single day.
Oh my god, how many times did you beat it in a single day?
Well, I did nap in between like this whole event, so I was only able to beat it 19 times, but I think I can do more.
That's only 19. Only 19 times. Now, I guess the question that resides with that is that are you doing a 100% run or just from point A to point B in the game?
All 6 emeralds, baby. That's what it is, man.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I can't do in Sonic 1 and Sonic 2 is play the special stages.
Oh, did you know the trick in Special Stage 1? Not that many people know about it.
What's the trick in Special Stage 1? For Sonic 1?
If you don't touch anything on the controller until you basically just guide yourself directly into the Emerald Room. The physics do it all for you. This is only on the Genesis version. Christian Whitehead version doesn't have the proper physics. But if you just press nothing, don't press anything when you enter the special stage, you just fall right in, like a Plinko, like machine,
Yeah.
And of course you gotta control the player who falls into the Emerald Room. But pretty much mitigate all that and just get an easy emerald.
Sonic wins by doing absolutely nothing.
We're doing practically nothing, yes. There's a lot of neat stuff like that. I'm always finding out new stuff with that. I recently I'm slowly figuring out a neat trick in Scrap Brain 2. With the cutscene. When you fall into the pit, at least in Scrap Brain 3, you can completely skip that if you do like this weird cheese. Where basically, I think it's like you have to jump off screen, and if you jump a specific way, you can kind of just clip through the tile before it, like, I guess, properly generates the falling tile. And you can pretty much just fall through, get into the loading zone, and just instantly act 3. And it is...
Oh, yeah, I think I've seen that before.
I did it twice in one of the convention rooms yesterday. And everyone was losing their shit in there.
The secrets, they are out.
Secrets are out. But I got like 3 people in there that can back me up.
Shit, now I want to see it.
Oh god. I have to get it set up because I still don't know how to precisely do it. I just kind of push.
Oh, you don't have to do it. You don't have to do it right now.
Yeah.
At some point.
I might see if I could just record, just record multiple attempts, and then when I get it, I'll be like, oh, there it is, and I'll just clip it and be like, hey, here's what you can do in Scrap Brain 2. I still don't know how to properly do it on command, but it still does it. It's a weird thing. I've been figuring it out slowly.
I don't have too many servers that I'm casually in, but if you got I don't know, if you got a server or something like that, I'd be more than happy to join that. That's totally up to you. Not to sound like I'm self-inviting, but
I got a mutual server that I have from Twitter, and we're mutuals on Twitter, so I mean, hey,
I would do it.
Yeah, I might send you an invite right now, and you can just kind of hop in after the stream. Usually, I do invites that don't expire, so
Yeah, I would appreciate that.
Hell yeah, man.
I need more Sonic Bros. Despite being a Sonic fan, not a lot of my close friends are super duper Sonic guys.
Yeah, you need the Sega Sonic Bros, man. Well, let's just say that the Broshmas are probably your best bet. They're pretty chill.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah. God, I hate that that's a thing. That people call Sonic 1 fans. They over time. I made a joke about it, and just over time people just adopted it, and the close kind of knit side of Sonic Twitter, Broshimas.
Broshimas. Oh my god.
It's terrible.
That is so good. I have not seen that one, but now I must indulge into it. Although I'll always be, even though I realize that the game has flaws, I will always be a Sonic 2 kid through and through. Although Sonic, I do enjoy playing Sonic 3 despite some of my nitpicks with it. I can deal with it as long as, you know, I don't get murdered in Launch Base Zone every time I play the game.
Yeah.
I don't know why that happens.
Launch Base has a really nice charm. It's a shame that you get screwed over.
Like every time that I've played the game, I've always fall into one of Dr. Robotnik's various traps and get stuck in a wall. Because I'm going too fast. Never in Ice Cap, which is usually where that tends to happen the most from what I know. It's always in Launch Base Zone for me. Speaking of Sonic 2. Got some Hilltop Zone music. You know, if we're on the topic of, you know, Sonic 1 and you know, and mods and fan games and stuff like that, one of my favorite fan games in OC will always have to be
You gonna say Sonic Overture?
Yeah, excuse me, yeah, Sonic Overture.
I love Sonic Overture, and I mentioned it during the panel, the SFGHQ stage panel. It's probably one of my favorites. It's got so much charm. The music is absolutely amazing.
Mm-hmm.
The environments are wonderful. It has that charm from that, you know, those early 1990 concept art. And it's really great. And, you know, being friends with some of the developers on there, I think most of the developers on there, if not all of them, I am associated with. So it's like, you know, it's really great knowing the project's still being worked on. I can't wait to see what comes from it, you know?
Well, that's good that it's still being worked on. I would actually just assume that it was dead.
Well, the thing is that unless there is a formal announcement, the project is most likely not dead. Sonic Boundless is a prime example of that, where it literally just turned into a meme account, and Bryce just keeps just saying the game's canceled, and he posts memes on there, and it's really funny. Bryce Carrington, I think. It's freaking hilarious.
I feel terrible because I wish I could do that, but I can't really do that with Sonic Gaiden. I actually had to close down the Gaiden server because I was getting too much, just a lot of everything in it, and a lot of people were confused. Even though despite saying this and this, it was probably just better to shut down the server because I couldn't manage it anymore. Twitter is still technically up, but there's just nothing, with it. It's truly sad boy hours.
Yeah.
I'm one blaze in. Only 3 more to go.
Oh boy!
This is a good reference of these boots. Also, I got some notifs in the Revo, so let's just make sure those aren't just announcements.
I think they are announcements.
Oh, it's the Tyson Hess meet and greet.
We could talk to Tyson Hess, the man behind the Mega Drive. Hey, ask him about Overdrive. What the hell happened to that?
Do it!
Do it, please, for the love of God.
We need some more
I want to
info.
know what happened. Because Overdrive would have been amazing. No, seriously. God, if only Overdrive actually happened. It's one of those things where it's the Archie thing, Archie getting scrapped, it's I'm not really too fond of Archie comics, the Sonic Archie comics. But Mega Drive was probably the peak of it, For me at least. When it came to just overall writing environments and all that, it had a really nice feel to it. and the art was great. Everything about it was great. I mean, Hess's art has definitely improved since. That's for sure. And his Sonic artwork is really, really nice now, more than it ever was during Mega Drive. It's always great seeing that improvement over time, that those style changes. It's really cool. It just sucks that it got shafted like that, you know?
Yeah. Like, yeah, I'm kind of with you on the same page with that. It's like I've never been like super duper into Archie, but with the few things that it had going for it, especially with Overdrive, it's like, come on, give us more.
Mega Drive.
Especially when they're releasing that new classic comic that's coming out soon.
Season of Chaos, right?
Yeah, which is essentially just the same thing, but not.
Well, it looks like a compilation of stories, which is interesting. Almost feels like a show of sorts, you know, with those little in-between stories and whatnot. Those, not slice of lifey, but kind of just like new episodes, I guess, watching the game be new and fun things. Or
wacky Sonic adventures in the comics.
Yeah. I wish that we had more of the classics in written works and visual works. It seems like classic Sonic, now more than ever, is limited due to mandates, in my opinion. The fact that he's held back ever since Gens, being this mute character just really does not help, you know? Yeah. I'm glad that he's able to talk in the comics, but I think it's like very limited, at least now. Feels like the dialogue is like very minimum with what we saw with Season of Chaos.
See, yeah. it's really funny because as obviously talked about before. Oh, I just realized that she has white leggings, not legs. That with Gaiden, I was gonna have like animated cutscenes. This is the thing that I can actually still do if I wanted to. Is just animate it. And I had some good voice actors on it. And I meant not to say that I was working with some other people to help, improve it. Not to say it was going to be anything amazing, but I wanted to take advantage of that fact too, that they don't necessarily, I feel like there's a lot more that can be done in a story. I mean, I love like Sonic Mania Adventures, and it tells a pretty good story. It's short, sweet, and simple, just like the classics would portray. It works in that sense, but I think there's still more that you can do with characters having them speak, especially if you wanted to tell something that was just a little bit more complicated.
Yeah. Sorry, excuse me.
You're good.
Yeah.
I believe this is just. This is gonna take a minute. Probably should have charged more, but that's fine. Get a customer what he wants. That is the ultimate goal, and I'm happy to oblige. How long have I been streaming?
Well,
about 2 hours.
Is 2 hours. So it's...
You know what? I think I'm gonna go on a small break.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I'm gonna go get something to eat. Probably take like 20 minutes.
All right.
And then I'll be back.
All right.
Well, it's been a good time thus far.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you guys are more than welcome to stay. If you like, I might see if some I don't know how comfortable you guys are with that. I might see some maybe my other friends would also like join us here afterwards. I'll ask them during my break.
That's completely fine.
I'm probably gonna call up Aqua 101 for some dev stuff for like the next 20 minutes. Just if you can start up a call, around like when you get back, and we'll probably hop in.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, and bring your buds in, and we'll talk about dumb stuff.
Yeah,
bring some of my friends.
Oh yeah, invite as many as you want. Streams are just a lot better when we got people to talk to.
best with friends, and as long as everyone is like in
It's
a
cool.
very nice flow with one another, you know.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah,
Yep.
I'll go ahead. We'll go on break for a bit. I'm gonna take about 20, 30 minutes, and then we'll move on from there. See what we can do. Alrighty, folks, at the Revolution side, I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna go on a bit of a break. I'll see you
Goodbye.
guys then.
Bye.
Yep, and I shall see you guys later too, because I'm gonna keep the music running.
All right. I guess I'll disconnect. And,
Goodbye, friends. See you soon.
Okay.
Streaking lights, loud sounds, and instinct are the elements that keep me going. I am fighting my own mission. Nothing's gonna stand in my way, no. Maybe I don't know what. Something's talking, but I don't know who. Something's calling me more and more. No one stops, no one speaks. No, no.
Okay.
Stand up to all the pain and turmoil. Just believe in myself, walking right on others. I can out to fight on the happy and love. This is my plan, gonna fight for my destiny. I don't know what. Something's talking, but I don't know who. Something's calling me more and more. No one stops, no one speaks. I have no such thing as weak spots. Don't approve of him, but gotta trust him. This alliance has a purpose. This partnership is only temporary. Stand up to all the pain and turmoil. Just believe myself, walking right others. All waiting, so empty is this moment. This is my planet, I shall not slow down. I was born like this, to fear no one. I'm straight thugged out, only live for my one. Diamonds and gems, keep the battle to the end. You best to be aware of the knuckles that I send. Once they penetrate, they put you to the death. They hard as iron, and my feet is like fire. You never see me run, and I won't surrender. I just fly away like no other contender. Stand up to all the pain and turmoil. Just believe myself, walking right on others. All right on the happy and lucky. This is my land, gonna fight. Stand up to all the pain and turmoil. Just believe myself, walking right on others. All waiting, so empty is this
Hello folks, welcome back to the fun Sonic Revolution stream. I am still hitting up on some art here. I'm gonna go ahead and finish this, and we're gonna jump back into the group chat we had going on earlier with Nick and his BF. So let's go ahead and jump back in there. Hello, hello friends, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yay! Alrighty, let's go ahead and get back on this train here. Get back on this Blaze commission. I am gonna drop my I'm gonna drop the link one more time on Twitter. Yeah, give me 1 second. Commissions are open and stream is still going. Please feel free to come and watch us and support at Sonic Revolution. Or you're a no. Alright, there we go. So how was everybody's break?
Pretty good. It was just fun, really.
It was a break. Awesome. You know, playing these playing these different playlists that I got going on for music in the stream is making me realize like I never really listened too much to Sega All Stars Racing's music, and it's actually really good.
Yeah, it's got some nice stuff.
But I do appreciate you guys coming in here with me, streaming with me. I know we haven't really talked too much, so but I figured this would be a good chance.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a fun time so far.
I was trying to see if there was any more people available today, but I guess everybody's just really busy. Usually my girlfriend would join me for things like this. She's currently at her mom's right now, because she's going. She's seeing her because she's actually. So I live in Nebraska, and she lives in Texas, and we're actually getting our own place together here in August.
Oh.
So she is spending some nice time with the fam before she has to leave.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because Akram and I were going to plan on finding a place for each other sometime soon. Yeah.
Do you guys live in the same area, or are you long distance?
Oh, we're long distance. Yeah. We're practically, I'm in the south, he's in the north, pretty much.
Oh,
We're East Coast. Well, I used to come from the north, but, moved down here back in the early 2010s, late 2000s.
Yeah. I mean, I live in Maryland. He's been in Florida for a good while.
it always reminds me of that. It's really because I outside of my really good friend Ryan. I don't know if you guys. He goes by Riboflavin on Twitter.
I think so. What have I seen?
Hold on. I'm sure if I send you his Twitter, you might recognize him.
Yeah.
Hold on. He also he used to be a writer for was it TSC? I believe it was TSC before all that drama happened. That didn't really have anything to do with him. It was with
TSC.
the main guy from TSC.
Yeah, Tristan. Oh yeah, that was a fest, to say the least. It was a mess.
God, how long ago was that?
That was last year. It was, I believe, June. May, it was approximately a year ago. It was actually a year ago, actually.
Jeez.
Yeah. I don't even know if the guy still like does stuff on that account. I really do not care.
Neither do I, but now curiosity is getting the.
He like uses his account now for just like to just post random shit. It's like pretty much just it's like the whole thing of the joke was like the gimmick account turns into a personal account.
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
It's like that.
Well, at least he's not like using it as a way to. I don't know. I would say rant, but to not make drama anymore. At least with people, I don't think people are really even just giving him the time of the day to do so.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he, my buddy, because I most of like most before, oddly enough, most of my my close friends aren't really like super big Sonic fans. But Ryan, I actually met him on my first day of college, and like it interesting to find, excuse me, another Sonic fan out in the wild that is into the series as much as you are, and not be on the internet. He actually recently moved away because he went to go live with his girlfriend in Arizona.
Oh.
So that that kind of sucks, but like. I was like, man, I need more Sonic friends. Because my point with that was because I loved going to Sonic Revolution when it was in person in 2019. That was great. Have you guys been to any of the in-person conventions?
No, I have not. But I think the closest was Aqua had went to MagFest. In 2019.
Not 2019. 2020 I went to MagFest. But that's the only convention I think.
Where is MagFest usually held again?
MagFest is held in National Harbor in Maryland, which is right next to Washington D.C.
Oh, I see.
I was actually able to just drive there each day that I went because I had lived really close at the time.
Yeah, big cons are a lot easier to go to when you live near them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because when I went to Sonic Revo 2019, I wasn't tabling or anything. I was just a guy there. But one of the other conventions I really want to go to. Oh, I just realized that my mic was on weirdly, so I probably sounded a little far away there. One of the other conventions I want to go to is MomoCon.
Oh yeah.
Most of my friends are either or at least people that I good. Most of my good friends are actually oddly enough Zelda fans. My really close friends. But most of my other friends are either in the Sonic, Zelda, or the animation community. And I am excited to, when the world is starting to open back up a little bit, when it's safe to go, I want to go to MomoCon and see all my animation friends there. I actually, because when I'm done streaming here today, I actually have another stream that I'm going to. My friend Derek, you might know him as like Salty DK Dan online.
Oh yeah. Wait, Salty? Seriously?
Yeah. Yeah. So he I don't know if you that hopefully that was a good like Salty, seriously.
No. That's like a whoa. That was unexpected. I didn't know you were buddies with him.
Oh yeah, we're really good buddies. I actually so he has this thing going on. I'm sure if you follow him, I'm sure you've seen it. It's the Pokemon Friend Lock.
Oh.
I was actually in the last one, and we have another stream for that tonight, and he's gonna be running into my encounter tonight, so I'm joining him for that. Yeah, no, I'm really good buds with him. I actually do a lot of a lot of work for his, some of his videos, specifically with thumbnails. All of his "Have you heard about" videos, like the ones where he talks with his friends, well, my friends too, Gerber and Pasty. You know, when they like look over like random things that they find. All the thumbnails for that series was done by me.
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah, I get around. Hold on. Let me see if I can find that playlist. Everybody just is falling for myself. Yeah, here we go. Full of these video thumbnails. I think the only two that I haven't done in this playlist was the SpongeBob Beyond and Have You Heard About Diver Wimpy Kid fanfics. Everything else though. All right, that's Blaze number 1 down.
Oh boy, making progress.
Let's see. What's my reference back again? Actually, hold on. Yo, Clip, you good?
Sorry, I'm just typing up some stuff.
Oh no. I was yelling at my art program. I was yelling at Clip. I was like, there we go. I just realized I had the head facing the wrong way.
I am gonna go get some food, actually. I'll be right back.
Have fun. Go consume. Okay, here's a question. Sonic 1 aside, what is your other favorite game in the series?
Sonic 3 and Knuckles.
Sonic 3 and Knuckles? Okay.
I mean, yeah. Objectively, it's probably the best one.
Okay, let me spice this up a bit, because I know you're not like super huge into some of them, but modern, like any post 2D games.
I mean, freaking. I want to joke and just say Sonic R just for spite points, but I mean, Sonic Adventure's really good. It's probably the closest to the classics I feel in tone.
Yeah.
Of course, there were some mandates that changed the way things were perceived really late in development. Things looked late in development, but I feel like early on in the concepts, it is absolutely like oozing with charm. Almost reminds me of Knights a bit, with some of the concept artwork that was revealed.
Yeah. It surprised me because they're still sitting on just tons of Adventure 1 and 2 concept art, and they're just not giving it to us.
Yeah.
Because I agree with on that, but kind of in that same nature, even though the gameplay could be better. I think visually in terms, I think Sonic Heroes is still probably the best direction that 3D Sonic has had. I absolutely love the levels and themes in Sonic Heroes.
Heroes has some really neat themes, levels, very bright, and then Shadow happened.
Damn.
It's strange because just 10 years before that, you had Knuckles Chaotix. You know? The fact that those two games are 10 years in span is just absolutely like, it's in like a state of denial almost. It's like, yeah, there's no way. You know?
Sonic had a very rough transition into 3D.
I mean, it could have been better, but I feel like if they had more time, they probably could have made it more in line with the classics. I mean, this is where I tend to make takes on the internet, and people go, Nick, what are you doing?
What are you doing? How dare you have an opinion?
How dare you say that Sonic Adventure 2 is worse?
Man, I love Chow Garden Simulator.
Chow Garden Sim, yeah, everyone, it's like, yeah. I mentioned this before with you, but I don't think it was on stream, of just how much of a tonal shift Adventure 1 and Adventure 2 were. And you could easily, track that with when Oshima left.
Yeah.
When Naoto Oshima left. And Oshima left right after Adventure 1 was finishing up. And it's, at that exact point where it's just,
the ball just kind of dropped.
Yeah, pretty much, and it just went into a completely different direction. You saw, a bit of a resurgence with Heroes in some environments, and the concept art, you could tell it was taking notes from some of the Jam artwork. Kind of harkening back to that RPG concept with the melee attacks and all that.
Yeah.
That eventually became Sonic Adventure. And then it's like it just kind of went back with Shadow, and then it just kept going that way with 06 and further on to a point where it was like a point of no return almost, you know?
It kind of I kind of feel like that's when the trend started of Sega just listening too much to the commerce of what people want. They're like, oh my god, we love Shadow, we want Sonic games to be edgier and darker. And they're like,
it's
okay.
Well, yeah, it's that, and also Sega isn't being run by creatives; it's run by suits, you know.
Yeah.
Big businessmen, you know, that decide, this is popular. They go by numbers, which is ironic because what I was talking about, how Sonic was a character that was birthed out of pure creativity, not out of numbers or logistics or percentages. And Sonic, in turn, ironically, has become that. Percentages and numbers and logistics. And that's why it almost feels formulaic now at this point. You know?
Why have you become the thing you sought to destroy?
Yeah.
Because I like money.
I like money! Freaking goodness.
Because here's the thing, even though I know a lot of these games have problems, most of them I can just kind of pick up and just, that's what pisses me off so much about Forces, is that it's not even so bad that it's good. It's just so bad that it's bad. And it pisses me off because there was so much potential for that game and it just fell flat.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
It's fine. Yeah, I feel like a lot of that percentage of stuff, it's just so limited. It's limiting Sonic, a lot. And it's limiting a lot of games. It's strange to see how far we've come and how different it is because of the fact that it's almost like a generation loss, like VHS generation loss,
Yeah.
There was never really a set-in-stone thing for how Sonic was. Because Sonic is a lot more complicated,
Yeah.
From day one, there was already a really deep and rich lore with the manuals. It's a lot different than, say, Nintendo properties, where, with Zelda, it's a bit more of like a cut-and-dry legend story,
Yeah.
It's supposed to be from days past, like a retelling, so to speak, and it can be told in many different ways. Mario, it's a bit more cut and dry, it's very linear,
Yeah.
But in the end, it's still Mario. You still make it out as Mario because of how easy you can mangle with it. But, it's kind of like even with stuff like Galaxy, you can still recognize that elements of Mario are still there in the environments. Albeit over time it's kind of changed and morphed. There's still that kind of DNA.
Mario's definitely had his fair share in the dumps, especially during the the new Super Mario Bros. Era. But
What's strange is people criticize that, and people were genuinely not really that cool with it. Yet you do the same thing with Sonic, and a lot of people get up in arms with it. In regards to that, this kind of safe kind of feel of it, or this kind of it's not really as bold as it was. One thing that I feel also is overall the character has kind of slowly. This is a take. This is one of those Nick.
Oh boy,
take
here we
moments.
go. Here we go. People, take time. I kind of like your takes, so they're interesting.
Hey, I mean, you've seen my my thread that I made a while back. How the character has kind of like lost its timelessness over time due to consumerist decisions. You know.
Yeah.
And this isn't the whole. This isn't like a black and white thing of like, oh, classic good, modern bad. No. This is like a thing where it was spawned from the classic era itself, with the American design and specifically that personality, where they just kind of diluted the character. It made him more of a face, vessel for mindless consumerism, products and whatnot. Rather than what he's seen as a hero, he's more seen as an advertisement.
Commercialism.
Yay, commercialism, capitalism, yeah!
Yay! You gotta love it.
And then that element of Sonic kept going, and it wasn't until later that Sega of America tried to dial it back, but at that point it was already too late. It was already set into the minds of people, and Sega of Japan was taking note of it when redoing the character because it wasn't doing well in Japan. The way they were doing the character in Japan, they barely did anything with the character. And basically it didn't sell that well. Some of the marketing strategies, like bundling it with the Mega Drive and whatnot, were good decisions, for sure, and people were interested in that. The Sega of Japan was a pushback with that. But
Yeah.
they're like, how come our character isn't doing well here? Well, then I guess we have to take notes from the States, and instead of taking notes at the business practices but still applying that timeless nature to it, they just go one-to-one, and they create a character that is more in line with the Western interpretation. Going as far as to merging the continuities together, you know?
Yeah. And oddly, in an unfortunate way, it kind of worked. Well, not so much in Japan, but more for America, because from what I'm under the impression is that Sonic's actually not that huge in Japan.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, he wasn't huge in Japan until Adventure, because they really pushed hard with Adventure, and they basically changed the character, the mandates that they made to this Saturn era Sonic. That wasn't really doing so hot due to competitors and the fact that they didn't really push the character all too much in Japan, because they saw it as a risk. They went a safer option, and they made mandates to the character. The artwork in this era is the closest we have to that timelessness, because Yukawa understood Sonic, he understood Oshima, and Okano understood him too when designing this new take. I guess you could say. Of course, with these mandates slowly diluting it. The issue steps from later interpretations where you had new people coming in, where they just kind of took a face value interpretation because there was never really any roots, there was never really any groundwork, no documentation, and what was documented was basic bare minimum, very basic model sheets, not really a style guide that is, impressive, so to speak, describing characters and the world and whatnot.
Face value, not really an in-depth look.
Not really an in-depth look. It's why you also see these face value retrospectives of the classic era in the modern entries, like Santiago. She's like Santiago,
Yeah.
my beloved.
I love how that's just basically become like
Yeah.
the way to identify this modern classic Sonic.
Well, I think that's a good thing. I think that's a good thing that there's the proper differentiation, because knowing how business practices work, usually it's always face value. There's nothing really digging deep into it. It's why Forces is Forces.
the way that it is, because they try to appeal to everything at a face value response rather than being genuine. And in turn, it led to an ingenuine product. And it's something that we can all agree that Forces, in an attempt to be a people pleaser, it did the exact opposite by showing just how almost kind of dishonest it was, you know?
Yeah.
It did an opposite effect due to the fact that they didn't attempt to be genuine with it. And did a face value kind of interpretation. And that's the thing I fear, where it's like when people go, oh, we don't want classic Sonic anymore. We don't want any of that stuff. They're like, oh, so you don't want any of this, including the games that we didn't make in the 2010s. You know, the classic era and Mania and all that. You don't want that either. Bye.
It's kind of like a monkey's paw in a way.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I have that same problem. I mean, I know you're not like a huge fan of the boost formula. We were talking about this the other night, because I do believe that there is plenty of potential that's left in it, but people are starting to get sick of it because, they're not finding a good team that can really, bring it back to, even if not everybody agrees with it, I personally believe that at the very least, I can understand design philosophy and all that, blah, blah, blah. I do at least think that most of the daytime and modern stages from Unleashed and Generations are actually really fun. And the reason that it falls so hard in some instances, like in Sonic Colors and especially Sonic Forces, is because they only take the design at bare minimum, and they don't expand upon it. Because it's literally like they just blew their load with Sonic Unleashed with all their ideas, and then just kind of slowly trickled out of it. But that doesn't mean that there's not more things that they can do with it to improve it. They're just reducing it down. Again, look at stages like the first level from Sonic Forces and compare it to the first couple set of levels from Sonic Unleashed and Sonic Generations. I mean, as much as people don't like level, Eggman Land has more level design than the entirety of Forces and combined.
It's also a nightmare to traverse through.
Yeah, but still.
I mean, it's an end game. It's an end game. So I mean, what were you expecting?
Yeah, I'm just flabbergasted. Good level or not. But there is at least so much design and effort that went into that level, and then just compare it to the entirety of Forces, where there's again, you can shove everything in Forces, like all the modern Sonic levels, into Eggman Land and maybe one other Unleashed level, and that's it. It's essentially 2 big Unleashed levels in one game, and that's terrible.
Well, yeah, it's the fact of the matter is that it takes a lot of time to do 3D boosts, a lot of resources. It's very resource intensive for something that can be completed in a relatively short amount of time. That's why Colors and Forces are so padded, is because of that. This is one of the things where I hear a lot of people say, oh, the classics can't work in 3D, which is bullshit. But I'd argue that sometimes it's a bit easier to do boost in 2D. I think Rush is a lot more enjoyable than some of the 3D boost outings. The only, of course, downside is the bombless pits. I feel like if you made Rush without bombless pits, it could be based.
Imagine Sonic Advance style levels, larger levels, but with Rush boost mechanics.
Yeah,
so
that would be. I feel like that would be a great compromise. Doing the exact opposite, flipping the tables, giving a 3D classic game and a 2D modern game.
I mean,
seeing where that goes.
And this is one of my. I mean, it's probably not a huge hot take. I actually like the visuals of Sonic 4 Episode 2. Maybe not so much the game itself, but I actually really do like the 2.5D Sonic approach.
We can thank pioneers like Sonic Fan Remix for really pushing that. Fan Remix, if I recall, was actually something that was taken a look at for Episode 2. And that's what I was told. But, I mean,
you know, the thing with Sonic 4, I think it's well known at this point that it wasn't supposed to be Sonic 4.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be a mobile game, you know? And that's another thing, is like, with Sonic 4, is like, that is like, I'm surprised nobody has really like noticed this ingenuineness to it and called out Sega for this more in-depth, that it's been going on for years, with, you know, the way that Sonic 4 was done. It is a face value interpretation of the classic era, done with a very ingenuine kind of feel. A lot of the things in Sonic 4 just feel very much like uninspired.
I mean, the levels are literally just copy and paste design-wise from other Sonic levels. That's kind of where I don't really mind it too much in cases of like Sonic Generations and Sonic Mania, because like at least with Generations, that was kind of more so this, because keep in mind, before Generations, they did kind of have a bit of a focus on, you know, more original stuff, even if it was for the time being everywhere between, you know, between, I hate to say it, Sonic 06 and Sonic Colors. Most levels and themes and stuff like that were focused on more original areas, especially with, I mean, have you seen Sonic Colors? I mean, even if its level design is not
Sonic
the greatest.
Colors visually is really nice. It's probably the best Boost game, like, visually.
Yeah. And then I can give Generations the benefit of the doubt because the game was more in terms of a celebration. So I was all right with seeing, you know, Green Hill and Chemical Plant come back.
Yeah, though I'd argue the way that they did it, I feel could have been better visually.
Oh, narratively it sucks, but
yeah, like it feels like Akuma and I, we really discussed about this, didn't we? If you notice, especially with Chemical Plant Zone, it feels more like colors than it does what Chemical Plant Zone was in the stuff in the background. Like if you look at the cutscene, it almost looks like colors architecture, which doesn't make any sense. It feels like they didn't really do their homework, so to speak. It's another face value issue when it comes to that aesthetic. There's always also something off with Green Hill for me. All of that inspiration from that CGI feel is kind of a bit missing. Everything feels kind of
too natural.
Yeah, too natural, but here's the thing. It's natural, but it also is like really face value in the sense of just like looking at it from just at face value of movement. Because you notice you have like these hyper textured sunflowers, right? And they move verbatim with the Mega Drive motions. And it's so jarring, there's no gap filling. It's like the equivalent of those HD NES texture packs. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It's like that. It feels like that. It feels like it was just apply of that. Or if you take Mario 64, and apply like HD textures to it, but it's not like SGI project stuff.
Yeah.
It's like just generic grass, like stock texture, you know? Like
I don't have too much of a quip with Generations visual style. I kind of prefer it to be just kind of on that middle ground between realistic and kind of cartoony, and I think it does it pretty well in my opinion. I do like those games visually, but I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, I just feel like it's. I think a good comparison that with Akuma and I, when we talk about this, I heard from someone is basically it's like making a cake, right?
Yeah.
What usually happens is, you know, in order to make the cake, you know, you need to look at instructions, right? And building upon the cake, you need to have ingredients that complement it. Sometimes it feels like it's more like making something that looks like the cake, but on the inside it doesn't really taste like the cake. It tastes like something different, you know, completely.
Yeah.
if that makes sense.
No, it
the
makes
D-
sense.
The DNA is not really fully understood. It's just like looking at it from the outside without really digging into it. It's the ingredient.
But then there's me, and if we're gonna use the cake analogy, it's like as long as the cake's not disgusting, and you know it has some parts of it that work, even if it's just kind of mid, it's like I'll still enjoy it. And I get my cake and I eat it too. Can't really complain. I got cake. At least how I see it.
I suppose so, but I guess it's like the thing is like it's a matter of, for me, it's a matter of consistency as well. Like with Sonic, it's not like Zelda where it sounds to be like an ancient tale, kind of being retold in style, or Mario where it's very linear and can stretch a lot easy. Sonic is a lot more complex, both in gameplay and
Everything.
overall, just everything. So it's a bit harder to stretch things. If you stretch things too far, it'll break. For example, like the fact that loops are just scripted now at this point. It's all spectacle, no substance.
Yeah.
Which is a oxymoron in comparison to it. And I hear people... I had one person talk to me about this, and it like stuck with me because it's like this was an actual thing that someone said to me, and I'm taken aback by it. I was talking about the loops and how like there's no way to experiment with it. It's just a direct, like, point A to point B. There's nothing to do that can alter it. It's all just a spectacle. It's just a mini cutscene. And I was told, what if Sonic evolved past the need for loops? And I'm like, are you serious? I was dumbfounded.
That's part of his like core character, you know.
Well, it's like the exact equivalent. It's like, what if Sonic evolved past the need for physics? What if Sonic evolved past the need for running?
Then it's not really Sonic at that point.
Yeah.
If Sonic evolved past the need for loops, then why are there still loops there? It's like you're saying he evolved past the need for loops, implying that the loops aren't there anymore, but the loops are there. They're just in a state where they work with scripted objects to make them work and not terrain.
And if for whatever reason they did remove them, you're literally just breaking it down and removing uniqueness to it.
Yeah. It's also the origin of that bit with the Santiago meme that I made, where I put this is a bit of a spite thing because I was still dumbfounded at that point, because it was a little bit afterwards when I was talking with Mr. Jinjin, just making a refined version of that, where it was naturally evolved past the need for morality.
Does the person know that that's what started it?
I don't know. I don't know. I haven't really talked much about the Santiago joke with them. It's been a minute since we specifically talked about Sonic with each other. But yeah.
I don't know. Like I said, I totally get. But obviously, yeah, that's all, you know, sequential, and there's not really too much to add to it. Even though I do think there are things that pick up in it personally, in those designs. Again, I really like, specifically with Unleashed and Generations, multiple pathways system and different ways of interacting with the environment to go in the different pathways. Like, for example, it's a little one, but one of the things I always think of is in Seaside Hill and Generations, you start off the level with like 3 different pathways that you can go over. You can either go to the left, the right, or straight. And instead of like something with Forces would do, because with Forces what it will do is that if you have those pathways, you have pathway A, B, and C. Pathway A and C are just rail grinds that lead you back to pathway A. In Seaside Hill, if you take pathway A, it leads you down into a different direction that leads you up into an area where you can actually get on top of a loop, and just some cool environmental areas that then takes you to a rail that takes you over to where like Section C went, and then Section C may bring you back to Section A, but it might actually take you back to Section B. It's kind of like it's kind of like the classics in the different directions you can go, and with how good you can platform around it to get onto those better areas. But it kind of messes with the z-axis more than it does the X and Y.
Looking at Season Hill and a few other things, I'd argue that I feel like sometimes paths kind of merge a bit too soon, so to speak.
Yeah, I can definitely see that, especially with
I think-
some levels.
And like boost stages, like in general, it feels like the diversions doesn't really have a marginal effect for some. In comparison.
And see, and that's the thing where I feel like when I say that the formula has potential, is that they just keep backtracking with it, because they kind of started going down Generations and Unleashed should have been a taste of how much it could expand, but then it just kind of kept shrinking itself down to the point where they're trying to baby Sonic Colors when Sonic Colors is already a baby game.
Well, I mean, that's what Sonic Adventure 2 was for me with Sonic Adventure 1. You have, like, basically an attempt at trying to recreate the classics with Adventure 1. The closest thing we got, ironically, wasn't even in the final game, which was Beta Windy Valley. So much going on with that. And basically, you think that, next step, try to remove the automation as much as you can, right?
Yeah.
Try to make it more like the classics. Nah, they do the exact opposite. And, like, add in new gameplay types and more linear progression. Hallway level design, so to speak. Canyon level design is what I call it. It's something that I'm not really too fond of, especially when it's cramped. I understand that sometimes walls are needed to be there for a reason, and I respect that. It's just that everything feels cramped and claustrophobic. It's the reason why I actually critique, funnily enough, Sonic 2 for having a bit of claustrophobia once in a while.
See, and I think that's kind of when things come down to taste a little bit, because not to say that I'm into the claustrophobic level design, but I kind of like my pathways being kind of near each other in that kind of area, because yeah, Sonic 2 levels are definitely a little bit more condensed down compared to Sonic 1 and Sonic 3, but that's kind of something I like, because it's kind of easier to go along those straight paths more, even if it I want to say it doesn't really make them shorter, because I think of like levels like Emerald Hill, where they're like varying levels, varying pathways to the level that does take skill and an understanding of the engine. Like for example, with Badnik bouncing and stuff like that, how you can get up to a higher level with that, and then just I don't know, that straightness of it is that there is still platforming elements and things you have to watch out for, but it feels a little bit more streamlined to me, that I don't feel like I'm getting lost, which is easier for me to pick up, put down point A to point B. And I guess you can kind of put that same mentality into those other levels, that even though there is varying degrees and like different platforming sections, I can kind of keep my direction with that one without getting like super lost, which is something that I can kind of see happening in Unleashed a little bit. But then with things like Forces, with Forces and Colors, I like Colors that it has a little bit more 2D. I know some people hate that it has too much 2D in it. I mean, it's not my favorite, but I can at least get down with it. But definitely with Forces, it feels so stripped of what it could be. I just can't play it. It literally just, I mean, the first level you can literally just hold down the button one time to beat the level, and I mean, I know we Sonic is a lot of shit, press boost to win, but that mainly came from Sonic Rush, and even then that's not true.
I think personally, the thing that is a bit harder to do in Boost that I feel the classics could do, or a 3D interpretation of the classics could do in game design philosophy, and this is sourced from Hirokazu Yasuhara-san, who did basically the design for Sonic 1, 2, 3, and Knuckles. And he worked on Jak and Daxter, a lot of other games for Insomniac, currently works at Unity.
But basically, that is the concept of short, middle, and long distance goals. And specifically with short distance goals being points of interest out in the distance and making your way to them. Not the long distance goal, but points of interest in a short distance standpoint, basically. And I've seen Sonic Utopia did that pretty well, where it was like you had like these points of interest in the environment, and you basically traveled your way and made your way up to them, traversed it, and it was always a really nice kind of engaging, explorative kind of vibe to it. And then, of course, your long distance would be the goalpost,
Yeah.
or and whatnot with that. Middle distance is a challenge, so to speak, a challenge that you must overcome. And for Sonic, especially, those are physics-based and kind of endurance challenges, right? The loop-de-loops and the half-pipes, and a few platforming here and there, in order to traverse. You can see that especially in Green Hill and Spring Yard for Sonic 1, for example. And a majority of Sonic 3 does that too. Sonic 2 is kind of there. There are middle distance goals. I think the water well or Mega Mac well in Chemical Plant Zone has something like that too.
You mean the Pepto-Bismol water?
The Pepto-Bismol water. If anything, it looks more like a Hawaiian Punch.
Yeah, you're right. No, that honor goes towards the Luncheon Kingdom in Mario Odyssey. That lava is just straight up Pepto-Bismol, and they know what they were doing too.
It's like that purple drank with a freaking with the water and the Mega Mac in Sonic 2. But I feel like that would create a really nice, engaging feel, and would really promote exploration and carving your own path. I feel like that's the thing that people are looking for, and they tend to shorten this down to open world or sandbox. But I think that's what they're looking for is point of interest level design, a non-linear level design for an open environment. And I feel like Sonic can do that exponentially well if given the amount of legroom.
Then you must be very interested in the potential leaks that are going around.
I'm also a bit worried because knowing what the industry thinks open world is,
Exactly.
I'm scared. Because you have stuff like that Pokemon game that's coming out, Arceus, where it feels like there's not really much points of interest, more so just generic terrain. Not much challenge. It just feels like things.
And the more that you explain it, and the more that I can actually get at it, because especially with Arceus, it's obviously just trying to be Pokemon Breath of the Wild, but Breath of the Wild actually really has that
right?
Say that again?
Point of interest, kind of like exploration.
Yeah, and you can see a lot of that just right off the bat. Like the second that you walk out of the first cave in the game, it's like that's where part of the interest in the game comes from, is that whenever you turn around the corner, there's just something new and intriguing to find.
Yeah, and I feel like I just am a bit worried about what Sonic is going into with that, because it seems like they're going into a somewhat right, like they have the kind of they're on the right track, but I don't think they're really getting there. They don't get it all the way. I'm worried about. It seems.
Who knows? We may get that Sonic cycle curse again, and then this next game's really good, and then we all get stuck back into it again.
Oh my goodness. Well, they started out with a CGI trailer. That's one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse.
Yeah, you're right. It's like, on paper, it sounds kind of nice, especially with the idea that special stages are like the Generations and Unleashed style levels.
It kind of works with that, with the special stage. If you think about it, it's a bit more straightforward, right?
Yeah.
And the only issue I feel is that with special stages, it's limiting the player. Which the thing is that with
I guess the classics. The reason why the special stages were limited was because they wanted to show off a spectacle.
Yeah.
They wanted to show off. Basically, they wanted to flex the Mega Drive.
Yeah, they want to flex the Mega Drive muscles.
Yeah. So it's a bit harder to, I guess, do that. So I guess what I would think is the special stages would work in 3D. If you think of it like this, I always perceived the special stages as almost an obstacle course that the Chaos Emerald would kind of like create. You know, that's my that's my idea of it. You know, you find these in rings, these protective barriers. I mean, hell, Sonic 1 especially is literally a labyrinth, a maze, an obstacle
There is literally
course.
a level called Labyrinth Zone.
So, what I would feel like with this, like a hypothetical 3D special stage for me, I feel it should be more of an obstacle course. Give the player full control. It's just that they're given rigorous challenges to progress. You know,
Yeah.
that the Chaos Emerald has kind of like summoned and formed. I think that could be an interesting concept. If done the right way.
And here's the thing, this is one of those things of like, on paper it sounds like a really good idea, but this is also Sega and Sonic Team.
Yeah, Sega and Sonic. I'm just saying, like, if anyone took a shot of it, anyone, you know, and execute it the right way, it could be really, really interesting.
Execute it the right way, or Sonic gets executed.
Yeah, Sonic gets executed. Well,
Finally.
I mean, he's been executed like 6 times already. He keeps
He
coming
keeps
back.
coming back.
So,
With
I
every
mean, like,
with every design change, it's not the same Sonic. It's they just keep cloning him and killing off the other one, using them as an example.
got Santiago, Greg, Jeremy.
It's my favorite Sonic, Jeremy.
Jeremy. Wait, the way you say it's like Jeremy.
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 It's just Sonic, but he's just covered in germs.
Jeremy. It's like, you know, it's like chair, like a Jer, like Chair.
Jeremy.
It's like with a J instead. So it's like Jairmy, Jeremy. Yeah. Honestly, Akuma, do you have anything? I don't know. You've been awfully quiet.
Nothing off the top of my head though. Going back to earlier about Breath of the Wild, there's the whole point of interest, design philosophy there, just because you can see pretty much everything off in the distance, and you can say, I'm going to make my way there. I actually haven't seen much of Pokemon Arceus. Does it kind of miss the point?
It feels like.
And is it more like, let's make terrain that looks like Breath of the Wild?
Kind of. It feels like
We
that,
don't
and,
know
like,
too
the
much about it yet, but it's like,
looks like it.
you know what's probably a really good way to explain it? Have you ever seen like the fucking like Pokemon mod for Minecraft? Where like they just randomly throw Pokemon into the wild of Minecraft, and then you can like battle them in real time, which is admittedly a kind of like that's kind of the idea that they're going with that. So it's like if you took Breath of the Wild but threw kind of like Pokemon mechanics on top of it in real time.
It seems like there's not much to do outside of that, though.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Towns almost feel superimposed. So I worry that it's almost going to be like a walking simulator. Like a really bad walking simulator.
I drew Jeremy.
I'm looking at this stream. it's Jeremy.
Finally, the solution we needed to all of our Sonic problems. Alright, so guys, I got it. I'm just going to make Sonic Gaiden, but it's a Generations mod.
Oh god.
Admittedly, though, trying to make my own modern stage actually would be a fun experiment, but that just goes back and I've actually dabbled a little bit with Generations tools, and they're a little too complicated for me.
Yeah. I mean, the best way I could compare those games is almost like a racetrack. Pretty much. I mean, you have drifting. It's almost like an arcade racer. You know, like honestly, I think that's where it strives the most. Is almost like akin to if you play it like a racer,
Yeah.
like a racing game.
I don't know. I oddly can't really explain it. I really enjoy playing some of the levels from daytime stages from Unleash and Generations. I personally think there's a lot more that they can do with that, but I understand the criticism for it.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's good. I mean, like a lot of people just kind of like blindly just kind of like I said earlier, just kind of
And at least by comparisons to some other games, I mean, because Sonic 06 and Sonic Unleashed, it was like I believe like a 2.5 year difference, I think. I would still play Sonic Unleashed over, 06 any day. But I guess that also just comes down to taste and opinion.
You know, one thing I'm actually not really that fond of with some of the new games is how everything kind of resets the player's speed. You know, it's like you hit a dash panel, resets the speed. You hit a spring, all of your horizontal speed is just completely negated. And this happens time to time again. Even when you do an air dash, it just resets the speed.
Sorry, my phone's blown up on me.
What is it, like your Twitter's like blown up, or?
Nah. Oh
Messages.
yeah, I got a couple followers.
Oh,
Mute
nice.
that. But go on. Sorry. Like I
Well-
wasn't getting 10 ring boxes. I was just getting Twitter notifications.
Well, it just seems like it's ironic considering the fact that the previous entries had so much physics modulation and whatnot, and then you have pretty much the equivalent of the exact opposite. Everything's fixed. Everything's all constant reset. You know. Goodness.
Long story short, Sonic is a mess.
I mean, generally, just the development process has always seemed like they're a mess because the staff keep getting swapped in and out. And so you don't have a consistent team of people on board who can make a game and then look at their past experience and making that game and then say, okay, what can we do next? How can we do it better? It's sort of just everybody kind of gets swapped out, has a look at what people did previously, but they didn't make the thing they did previously, so they didn't learn much, and generally it was just a mess as a result of that, I would imagine.
It doesn't also help that there's a lot of bad communication between Sega of America and Sega of Japan, from what I hear.
Yeah.
So I think after this one, because I'm not seeing any, not really getting any notifications or anything for any other work. So I'll probably just finish this commission and then call the stream good. Kind of give myself a bit of day today, I guess I can say, before my next stream.
All right.
Um,
That's pretty rad.
just figured I'd mention ahead of time.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's definitely been interesting. I'll have to better prepare myself for next year, because I think the reason that I didn't really get much of a bang this year is because I wasn't able to do anything yesterday, and I asked them if they could mute my channel, if they could just lock my channel until I'm available. But that was past the hype of the initial opening of the server for people to come look at people. So
Yeah, it's strange because last year it was a little bit more active, probably due to quarantine and whatnot, but now it's just... First day was rather exciting, but then after the fact, it just kind of, nothing. You know?
I'm just...
There was barely any people.
I'm just excited. Hopefully next year, for the in-person con to come back. Because it's really funny, because I was actually supposed to be doing some real tabling for the first time back in after I believe it was, because COVID like really hit in March, if I remember correctly. I mean, because some people were talking about it beforehand, but it was kind of, I don't know if you guys remember, it was kind of treated more as a oh, there's just like a flu going around. Be safe, wash your hands, be safe and all that. Because literally like the week before like the shit hit the fan, I actually took a trip to Oregon to see some of my buds there. And as soon as I got back, like a couple days later, it was like America is about to go to shit for the next year or so.
Yeah.
Right. I remember that. I remember how, I guess in the weeks and a month or so leading up to the pandemic actually hitting here, because before you had just heard about how it was a thing overseas, so there's this thing starting up. It might be a little bit dangerous, but we don't know what's going to happen. Just be a bit careful.
Remember when they said it was supposed to end like last July? That was a fucking lie.
Yeah. It's like nobody expected the whole thing to just like go to shit the way it did. Like, most people just had generally no idea. And it was disappointing because like I wanted to go to MagFest in 2021. That obviously didn't happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's always 2022, and I think you and I are most likely going to go there.
Yeah, it was a great time when I did go. I don't
I
know,
mean,
like...
I'd love to go with you, you know?
Yeah, I don't know who all else is going to go there. I don't know if I'm going to go with, like, any of the same people I went with last time.
Highly doubt.
Yeah, highly doubt. But anyway, yeah, it was just a great time, and it would still be nice to go there again.
Yeah.
Hopefully things are still going well, because, like, there was, like, a bit of a controversy, like, sometime last year, but then things got sorted for the most part.
Yeah, it seems
Like,
like
the board directors who were at fault actually did step down, surprisingly.
Yeah.
So they got new management.
Yeah, they got new management. I think people who had been working at the event for a long time, so hopefully they know what they're doing. I'm just surprised, honestly, that the board directors actually stepped down, because that doesn't happen often.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I mentioned, I would love to table at Revo in person, and I would love to go to MomoCon and see my my animation buddies.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Fun fact, not to say that I never wanted to go one. I've always wanted to go to a convention. I just never got the ability until 2019 to go to the Revo in person. That was actually my first convention. It was a lot of firsts for me. That was the first time I went like cross country travel. It was the first time I went to the beach. It was the first time I took a plane. It was my first convention. It was my first time towards Disneyland. It was quite a trip.
Yeah.
And I fell in love with it.
Yeah.
But go on, sorry.
I guess I was just gonna mention, like going to physical cons sound exciting, especially for me, especially considering the fact that I guess I'm associated somewhat in the community. It'd be fun to meet like-minded individuals and discuss things and whatnot. Who knows, maybe some really neat conversations could come up, you know?
You might actually, if you wanted to, like at MagFest, we might be able to show off Auto, because I remember they had a showcase where people were like showing off. I guess you had like a showcase for indie projects, whatnot. There was like a small area that like actually had some homebrews, and there were like a few Mega Drive homebrews, I think, on consoles running. I don't remember anything that really stood out to me that much, but I thought that would actually be neat if you could do a similar showcase. But I wouldn't bank on anything. I don't know how development is going to go.
It's just something to consider.
It's always...
If you get the opportunity to do so, then it's something to think about.
See, that's what I wanted to do with around the time when I was still working on guiding. I was like, it'd be really cool to have like a setup there and have like people have like a custom time trials mode like made where people in the convention could you know, who could sign up for like the time trials race, and whoever gets like the fastest times in my levels would like win rewards that I could give out at the con.
That would be neat.
But I obviously didn't pan out, but it's still an idea that I would love to use one day for something.
Yeah, I was reminded of this since you had been on the topic of the OST earlier. I really appreciated how the mod, when it was released, came with the OST in a folder. My only problem with it, though, is the fact that they were short versions of the tracks, essentially just the one loop tracks from the game, as compared to like looping twice, I think, in the YouTube OST. So like Frosty Citadel Act 2, for instance, I would listen to a lot, but the track itself was only like a minute and 19 seconds, I think.
Yeah.
And so I'd have to just replay it over and over. So I guess that is something to consider if you do another OST release.
Yeah, I kind of thought the same thing. I'll actually admit that getting the OST together was a bit of a pain, because I had to mention all the other composers to. At that point in time, I probably should have just told them, hey, let's double loop it, because I think some of them were double loop, just not all of them. And that primarily just came down to how the composers had exported it. I think they just had it set up as primarily one loop, as for, I think Sound would do most of his, Sound of the Shadows as in doubles.
I don't remember every track in the OST, or how every track would be. Rather.
Said I gotta release like a big video with them all. I think people would at least appreciate that. With both new and old tracks, because that was like the one thing that I was primarily using to keep people, you know, entertained for a moment while we were still working on things.
You showed off a track last year.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, that was shortly before I said no. Yeah, because it really sucks, and I would love to bring it back and try it again, but I wonder if it's something that I should be spending my time and energy on when maybe I can focus it in other areas, since it kind of, you know, flopped anyways. Not to say that I can't bring it back, but yeah, post I'm not gonna lie, because obviously again I understand where a lot of people were coming from, even though I think the conversation people thought I was like intentionally hyping it up for something that it isn't. What I will let you know right now was not my. I just wanted to, you know, advertise for something that I was making.
Something you were passionate about.
Yeah. But with after releasing in after it released at Sonic Hacking Contest last year, and kind of seeing the very mixed reception that it got, did kind of just like, obviously I wasn't like, oh, I wasn't like depressed, but it did kind of put me in a bit of like a weird position with art for a while. I was like, because I spent so much time and energy and effort into it just for it to, you know, just get a resounding and some people, and I'm not gonna mention names, people that I followed and looked up to, or at least, you know, followed and liked following them online, weren't very classy with, you know, criticizing it. They just basically just said
not as constructive.
Yeah. Even if true, it's like it sucked. Because obviously, yes, I had people who were, you know, there to support me and be like, oh yeah, you know, give proper criticism and stuff like that. But then there were servers that I was in. I don't even think some of these people realized I was in these servers that were just tearing it up, like to limb to limb. I'm like, Jesus Christ. It was definitely interesting. That's for sure. Again, it didn't leave me in like it didn't make me like depressed or anything. I was just disappointed more than anything. and just it's like left me in a state of like, gosh, what am I gonna do now? And I'm still kind of in that state, honestly, too. I mean, obviously, I have other things that I'm doing, other ways that I can maybe focus on. But in terms of like, I'm not used to not having like a big project where I can just focus, you know, like dedicate my time to something and, you know, be able to do it more or less, you know, with ease. Because obviously I have, you know, original projects that I can put time and energy into, but again, I'm an artist that primarily focuses in games but can't program. So I'm like, maybe I should learn how to program, but that's also going to take, you know, a while. And then what if I want to focus more on my 3D art, because I've been primarily also working on improving my 3D portfolio pieces, and just a bunch of, you know, other things and that I want to focus on. But I think I'm kind of, if things go well though, I think I'll be kind of mediating that, because most of the reasons that I was wanting to make these things is not only just to create things for people to enjoy. I've been looking to, you know, just improve my skill sets and improve my portfolio with new things in it. But focus can be kind of hard where you don't know exactly where to focus on. But I am possibly going back to school here soon. So kind of having that school narrative to follow probably wouldn't be a bad idea, where I can just kind of push all my little ideas to the side and focus on the things that's going to, you know, help me then and the there and the now.
Yeah.
Sorry if I'm like, if I don't
No,
shut
it's
up.
fine.
No,
It's
it's all
fine.
good. Yeah, it's not a problem at all. You know, you're going on tangents about things that you're passionate about. That's admirable, if anything.
Yeah. Because ultimately, you know, despite whatever project that I work on, no matter what people say, I just want to create something that people can enjoy and be inspired from. That's literally, you know, all I strive for.
And it's a lot of us at the end of the day, I think. I think a lot of us can relate to that.
Yeah, just wanting to share your love in a sense, but just create.
And sometimes people can be difficult.
Oh yeah.
But as long as there's people out there that do enjoy it, again, so I'm not like, you know, I'm not like super duper heartbroken about it, and I would still love to make it a thing.
I think it has a lot of neat elements, you know?
Say that again?
That's the thing. It has a lot of neat concepts, that's the thing. It's just that it could have been the state that the modding scene was in at that point was not at a good point to where you could have everything that it needed to thrive, you know?
Yeah. And that also goes in, like I mentioned, my other philosophy of like, I love working with people, but I also want to make sure that I'm pulling my own weight. I'm not the type of guy who just says, you know, now obviously if I'm working with somebody, I would love if I have them on a task. I kind of have a bad track record with that too. It's kind of just a thing that happens in the community. You know, you'll work with people and then you just don't hear back from them. You know, with what you would, you know, give them to do. Another reason why I'm like, fine, I'll just do it myself, kind of deal. But I've gotten very lucky, especially with my composers. I've worked with a couple of different sprite artists, specifically DVD. He helped me out in some ways.
DVD.
He primarily helped me out with some things with Aurora Garden, as you can probably isn't really surprising. I think some
It's not
yeah.
a DVD right now. I think some
Yeah.
elements.
just kind of some shared ideas and concept. I forgot if it was you or somebody else that had mentioned the other night about that. It's like, if these projects had any sort of relation to each other. It's like, nah. I think just our first levels are just kind of, you know, just kind of share some of the same beats. But that's also primarily because they were, I believe, both of the levels were inspired by R2.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, thinking about Gaiden, and like you had mentioned,
the fact that you kind of still think about those old concepts, so to speak. I'd argue that, if anything, I feel like the fan game scene could probably be the best bet if there was ever a hypothetical comeback. There's a lot of development.
And trust me, I've thought about it, and it honestly wouldn't be a bad idea. Again, I just primarily worry about the programming side. Because if given tools to make levels and maybe a little bit more time and patience, again, one of the other reasons that I shot myself in the foot with that Gaiden demo was primarily because I was so worried about not giving people content that I was like, okay, let me just throw 6 acts in there. If it was just 2 acts, let's just say, for example, maybe like Aurora Garden 1 and Dream Mountain 1 or something like that, it probably would have been received a little bit better. It just, I've definitely learned from my mistakes in that to kind of take a focus and really double down on some things like that to make sure that it is truly qualifiable, to be good. But again, I always worry about working with somebody else when it comes to programming, because if I can't keep them, I do not feel safe with it. I mean, I can always just keep asking around and having maybe people build off of other work, or who knows, maybe I could get lucky and I could get somebody who just to dedicate their time, energy, and effort into it completely, to a new game like this. That's the thing. I don't know. There's just not a lot of reassurance, and I don't have enough skill in the main area of stringing the game together to make it a thing. Because I agree, there's a lot of neat concepts, and I think if I took my time with it, I can make something really cool. But how am I supposed to make that if I can't program?
Yeah.
And I've told myself too, if I can learn how to program, if I get to the level that I need, I'd probably rather spend that on, original things than Sonic fan game. Not to say that I still wouldn't want to make it. It's just, yeah, it's a weird area. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? I mean, because you guys have a better idea of that stuff than me, with especially with programmers in this community.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of people who just kind of there's a lot of people who have programmers who work on multiple things, but usually the fan games for programmers, it's really great experience to just experiment, do new things. I think the best recommendation would probably for a project like this is to maybe look for a stable framework. I feel. I think probably Game Maker would probably be a better option in comparison to the Clip Team. I know Orbanaut's in the development. There's a lot of other stuff in there, but Orbanaut seems very interesting. And I've seen a lot of people now more than ever kind of start to experiment with Game Maker. A lot of the Clip Team kids are growing up, so to speak. A lot of really, really talented people are coming out of the woodworks now more than ever. There's still some great stuff coming out of Clip Team. I don't know if you've seen New Project Panic.
I have.
It's insane, right?
Yeah, I follow him and seen some of the things that he's done. Isn't he how old is that guy too? Isn't he kind of young too?
Tyson Tay?
I believe so.
He's about 15, 16, right?
Yeah, I was like he's just he's that old, and he's doing some really awesome things. I'm over here
Seems there are a lot of, Tays in the scene were just prodigies.
Just popping up out of nowhere.
It's like people with the last name of K on the internet. You have John Tay, who does amazing Mega Drive renditions of songs and original works. He uses Devil Mask for, just creates hit after hit. Takes a break, a few weeks, comes back, just back at it. And Tyson Tay, who's doing New Project Panic,
Tensei is interesting, where it's like Tensei is really talented, and he has a lot of style, and I think it's like it's one of those things where it's like you find someone that compliments you, you know.
Yeah.
Shane, Sahane, you know, I don't know, you know Shane, right? Infane Art. He does the art for New Tragic, like the promotional
Oh
artwork.
yeah. He kind of has like that very spiky, exaggerated style.
Sharp style.
Yeah, the very sharp style. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Um, Shane really helped kind of further define. Basically, Tay had the vision of what he kind of wanted, and Shane kind of got the vision and had a similar vibe, and he built off of it with his own ideas that complemented it, and it created this really unique game that is shaping up to be probably one of the next big next notable game changers, I guess you could say. It's making rapid progress, which is what I'm very excited about.
Who knows? It probably wouldn't be a bad idea. It's just finding somebody that to work with that, because I have a small thing that I'm working on with an Ocarina of Time thing. But the reason I feel safe with that is because A, it's a lot smaller, and B, I'm actually commissioning the programmer to do stuff. So it's like there's a bit more of a contract, not really contract, but you know what I mean. It's a lot lot safer to hit down when you give somebody money for it.
I feel with a Sonic fan game team, usually, I feel like the magic number is 10. 7 to 10. That's the magic number.
10 people?
10 people is usually the magic number. You get the people who you trust, who kind of see eye to eye, like-minded, but are able to complement and think new things based off of your vision. And kind of just create, I guess, the project overall. Usually you would have like a pair, of sorts for team members. Kind of have like two people who are able to kind of like bounce off of one another internally with their own.
Maybe I just need to hang out in more like Sonic, modding servers.
SFGHQ is probably the best place if you want to do if you want to see fan game stuff. That's the place to scout, dude. I mean, it's a place where it almost breeds creativity, and you'll probably see a lot of really neat potential, I feel.
Maybe I'm just being paranoid, but I always worry about getting in those servers and just getting so I Smash, be like, oh, that's the guiding guy. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry.
I don't think so. I think it's a bit more forgiving with that because we're all artists and we all have our visions, and I mean, you have your vision, and I think that the concepts and ideas that came from it were really inventive, really neat concepts. It's just that the Mania modding scene was not ready for a project like that at that scale at that time. It was 2018, 2019. It was like years off. It still is off. I mean, Rems is trying to do things, but closest thing is the decomps, but that's not Mania. It's a 1, 2, and CD.
If anything, most of the unique pieces are in the fan games. Really.
Because when it comes down to the frameworks, I guess if there's a framework for Game Maker, I might be able to pick it up a little bit more. But I mean, I'm telling you, I am really inexperienced. I mean, I understand a lot of things visually, I guess you can say. On the visual side, the only reason that I picked up some of the programming elements in Game Maker is because I started with the visual learning. Before I tried to move over to scripting, and I've understood a little bit of scripting, but once things get pretty advanced, I'll have to show you something a little bit later that I was trying to work on. But most of the things that I've learned how to do, though, it just came from copying other people and then not really sinking in on how it works. I mean, I still have trouble with simple if and else statements. Like, I am really bad. But who knows? Maybe jumping into a community like this would probably be a way to learn.
I guess in some ways it also comes down to like what types of, I guess, obfuscation there are with whatever programming language you use. Because part of the creative process, if you're programming, I would say, is essentially watching what you do directly take an effect. And some programming languages that are designed more for ease of use end up, I guess, obfuscating this to some extent, where like you're not quite witnessing the exact result of a thing that you put in place. And so if you're a creative type and you also have a bit of an engineer mindset, some languages might actually hinder this. Like, despite the fact that I program a lot in assembly and whatnot, I still have some issues with some higher level languages just because it's not quite as direct. So I guess that's a part of the process too. You know, different mediums suit different purposes.
Yeah.
Better off. You gotta find the right thing, really.
Usually in game development, from what I've found, there's usually pretty much a trifecta. You have the artists, the programmers, and the musicians, essentially. And some of those positions kind of go hand in hand. I've noticed that usually sometimes you know, artists are usually pretty more inclined to be kind of good at you know, composing, but or vice versa. You got people who are pretty good at doing music and a little bit of a programming side, or sometimes programmers are good at music. You know, vice versa. It's a literal triangle.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the end, all of them are forms of art and expression.
Then you got the bastards. Then you got the bastards who are good at all three.
The well-rounders.
It's like, I don't know what they did to get this talent, but they did something. They sacrificed something.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly.
Man. Do. Almost done here.
We're at the final countdown.
Again, it may not be something that would be a bad idea to at least take.
I'd say give it a shot. Take a look around. I mean, nothing's set in stone, of course, when you're in there. But I mean, like, I think you won't really get too much for it. I mean, like, there's a lot of people who had some not so good hitters who are in the server that people respect. Beniscar had a bit of a iffy launch with his fan game at a convention. It was very rushed. A very similar case to yours, actually. But people still treat him like-minded and give him respect, and he gives respect back. So I don't see any different from you, really.
And it might have been also because maybe because it was a different time. I was in Sonic Fan Games headquarters at one point in time. I just remember there just being kind of a lot of drama in there as well, but I'm sure it's probably changed out over time. Yeah, I think you were going into that the other night, too.
Right.
Although that was a while back ago. That was like back in like December, I believe it was. I mean, that was around the time that December and January.
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff going on with that. There's some stuff that still needs to be resolved. But for the community and the people who are just talking during it, it's not that big of a deal. It's mainly internal stuff that I can't really get much into detail about.
I mean, I'm not going to go on people's.
However, for the community, it's a bit mellowed out, which is nice.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Again, I guess in this case, it's about just, you know, getting the who you know to kind of make things a little bit easier on that. I'm sure I could put myself gracefully in there if I wanted to. Again, I just haven't really thought too much about it because after, you know, guided bombing, well, not really so much bombing, but just, you know, getting that resounding thud, just kind of like, it's like, you know, I think I'm just gonna step away from this for a bit.
Yeah. So I'm just typing something out.
No, you're good. Yeah, and I've had my own, you know, my own original thing that I've been wanting to make for like years. I've just been having a hard. Ultimately, I wanted the medium for it to be game, but you know that's always been difficult since I can, you know, never program. I tried, you know, what if I turn it into an animation? I'd probably do something that's a combination of both again, and be like, you know, video game with animated cutscenes, which I can do. It takes a lot of time, energy, and effort, but I can do it.
Yeah.
So I want a project where I can mix all of my things, 3D, 2D, and learn how to program and make, you know, a game. It doesn't have to be like a magnum opus or anything like that. Just something that I can say that it is good. I'll go into more detail about it later, but for now, the art is it's a bit sketchy in some areas, but gets the point across here. And I think with that, go ahead and mark my signature on that. What time is it?
It is
5:41.
6 for me. 6:41. Is that? Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta love
My-
time zones.
Yeah.
All right, I think with that, hold on.
Start around 3 my time, right? Or was it 2 my time? I don't know. 'Cause I'm
And I
Eastern.
can tell you exactly. I've been streaming for about for about 4 hours, so just remove 4 hours from where you're.
Yeah. It was
Ugh.
around 2. Whoa.
Ugh, gotta stretch. All right.
Widow.
I think with that, since I haven't really gotten any other commissions or requests at the moment, which is fine. I'm just glad. Anything in general. Now I can add that to my my moving funds. I'm so excited for that move. I can't believe I'll be getting my own apartment here soon. I actually live with a friend and his mom. Been nice and helping me out these last 2 years. So finally, I can move on to the next chapter and get my own place and spend time with my girlfriend. It shall be
Yeah.
good. So I do appreciate everybody who has stopped by, and I do appreciate you guys hanging out with me here as well. And for the people who've commissioned and donated to me during this time, or bought things from my shop as well. I really do appreciate that. Hopefully, with next year, we can do Sonic Revolution. I wonder if they're maybe gonna make plans to do it like in person and online, because they've at least, even if it wasn't as super busy this year as it was last year, I mean they still got a pretty good significant boom of activity for this
Yeah.
convention. So I wonder if maybe they'll like double joint the convention, have it both be online and in person. That would be sweet.
Yeah, they still have a fairly good online presence, it seems. They could sort of do both, I suppose.
Yeah.
You know, I guess to still give something to people who don't physically attend. You can still get a slice of the experience that way.
Yeah. Okie doke. Yeah, I think with that, I think I'll probably just go ahead and call the stream for tonight. I do. I'll talk with you guys more in a little bit later here afterwards, because I still got some time. Probably just keep it in text because I want to talk in your server a little bit more since I just joined in there. But I do appreciate you guys jumping in here with me and hanging out with me and talking with me. It's been awesome. And I appreciate everybody who's come by and watched, donated, commissioned, all that good jazz. And I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your night, stream side. Thank you so much for coming by.
Yeah, take care.